Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia, dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB.
Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita,
Pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita.
mata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, gemetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di dada. Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa ku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to live with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you rush away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Jangan berlebihan. Jangan berlebihan. Ganti gaya lagi.
Mungkinkah di suatu masa depan dirimu akan merasa ingin kembali dan mengulang ke masa lalumu di saat kau memilih Akan kemana langkahmu, sejati tujuanmu, ataukah dirimu yang sekarang di dalam hasrat dan mimpi kau meniti hidup dan cinta. Kebahagiaan tak hanya tentang harta, tapi tentang dirimu, hasratmu dan mimpimu. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalannya, menyelesaikan ada mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Bukankah selalu kau yakini bersama kesulitanmu ada kemudahan yang pasti. Meski orang coba jadikanmu bimbang, namun kau lebih tahu keputusan milikmu. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dan mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Tanpa aksi, beranikan dirimu berlari di hasratmu. Takkan ada langkah yang kedua tanpa langkah pertama yang kau paksa memulainya. Berjalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dan mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dengan mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Aksi lebih dari teori. Bukti lebih dari teori.
Sekarang. I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment, and you said, "Oh, I dream with me." Getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand. Will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, oh, shine of 1,000 spotlights, oh, star we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Thousands of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it all never be enough, never be enough for me. Never, 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 will never for me, for me. Yeah. Never enough, never, never, never enough, never, never, never enough for me, from me, from me. Oh, shine of 1,000 spotlights, oh, star we steal from the night sky, never be enough, will never be enough. Thousands of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough for me. Never, 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 never for me, for me. Yeah. Never enough, never enough, never enough for me, for me, from now. For me. Thank you.
Yes, Zefania, what a voice!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, Vice Rector for Global Connectivity, Collaboration and Alumni Relations, Professor Dr. Iskandar Zulkarnain Siregar, Director of International Collaboration Office, Director of International Collaboration Office IPB University, Dr. Eva Anggreni, Dean College of Vocational Studies, Dr. Insinyur Aceng Hidayat, as a host university of the Third International Conference on Applied Sciences 2023, Professor Shigehiko Suzuki, Rector of Shizuoka University, delegations around the world, members of faculty and committee of the International Conference on Applied Sciences, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning. It's a great pleasure to me as Director General of Vocational Education to be here at the Third International Conference on Applied Sciences 2023 with the theme Strengthening Agro-Maritime in the 21st Century with Multidisciplinary Collaboration, organized by College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and the accelerations of disruptions to digitalizations and automations have changed the nature of education and work that have taken place over the past few years and even decades are pushing universities more than ever to adapt more quickly in preparing qualified human resources for the future. Furthermore, the world of education must prepare its students to adapt to future economic activities as digital technology is changing the landscape of education and work patterns. In addition, both the pandemic and digitalizations have fundamentally changed various economic activities formed by the increasing adoption of technology within conventional economy activities patterns. These changes are excellent opportunities for vocational higher education, where university, businesses, and industries are collaborating in facing the challenges. The three entities are building fruitful partnership, not only nationally, but internationally as well. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalizations and sustainability integration into the vocational education is also becoming more crucial to ensure that the future human resources have the skills and understanding necessary to support sustainable practices. Information and communications technology brings challenges and opportunities to vocational higher education. Consequently, continuous learning becomes very important for us to thrive in a dynamic high-tech working environment. Sustainability governance in a digitalized environment must be addressed in vocational higher education. Therefore, we need a digital global participatory platform for using ICT that can promote human well-being and fairness, increase sustainability and resiliency, minimize damages, and improve opportunities for economic, political, and social participation. This international conference is intended to exchange insights on how vocational education can utilize digital technology to achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals and to support global economy recovery. This intention also aligns with the central issue of G20, particularly regarding the education working group that focuses on preparing adaptive graduates. This conference navigated these issues from technical, economic, social, and environmental science perspective, actively involving stakeholders from respective fields and placing emphasis on the perspective of vocational higher education as a pillar to national development. Ladies and gentlemen, in this speech, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to Professor Hiroshi Ehara, Director of International Center for Research and Education in Agriculture, Nagoya University, Professor Pun Pipo Kasemtsap, Director of Development-Oriented Research on Agricultural System Center, Kasetsart University, and Dr. Jate Sathorn Kich, from Doras Center, Katsat University, for being speakers in today's agenda. Also, I would like to thank the committee whose members have worked together and been engaged in this program. I sincerely wish these international conferences on applied sciences held by College of Vocational Studies IPB University will bring great success, not only to exchange professional knowledge, but also to begin a long and fruitful cooperation, collaborations, and exchanging insights and friendship among lecturers and their partners. Enjoy the program. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please welcome Professor Iskandar Zulkarnain Siregar as the Vice Rector of Global Connectivity, Collaboration and Alumni of IPB University. Professor Iskandar.
Control procedure. And the last, increase safety and security by utilizing advanced surveillance and communication technologies, etc. Improving collaboration with industry is very crucial for the success of implementation of Agro Maritime 4.0. Some ways can be carried out through such as encouraging multidisciplinary or even interdisciplinary collaboration, forming various scientific groups, addressing issue on employment, training and reskilling, new skill and also upskilling, identifying research directions and gaps, and also very important as stated in the SDGs is developing more and more partnership. Overall, improving collaboration with industry is essential also for the success of agro-maritime by encouraging multidisciplinary or even transdisciplinary forming scientific group as above mentioned. We are pleased that some activities, especially conducted through the various consortia of research and education at IPB University by partnering with the national and international partner. At the moment, we noted that around 57 consortia has been developed at IPB University. I am also really pleased that today we will hear presentation from distinguished speakers, our Minister, Bapak Sandiaga Uno.
I heard that the participants, some of you come from Malaysia. May I know where you are? Oh, okay. All right. You are from Malaysia. Yeah. As the participant, maksudnya you are going to deliver a presentation as well. Oh, okay. May I know what is it about?
There are two of us from Polytechnic Mersing. Do I stand up or? Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Miss Linda, and my co-author. No, I am the co-author. The main author is Miss Farah. Okay, so we joined the poster presentation. Right, so it's for the renewable energy for Malaysia. It's basically we are talking about how Malaysia utilize renewable energy and what kind of suitable renewable energy that can be utilized in Malaysia. So mostly we are talking about the four types of renewable energy: the solar, the wind, hydro, and also geothermal. Right. So wind, yes. However, wind is not really suitable for Malaysia because the wind is not constant. Right. So we focus more on which renewable energy can actually be maximized in terms of utilization in Malaysia. Right. Yeah, the most suitable and cleanest form of energy is solar. Yes, and because right, like Indonesia, Malaysia has constant fine weather. It's hot or it's rain, right? So solar is the most suitable renewable energy option for us.
Thank you so much. That yeah, Prof. Yoni.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak untuk ngasih sambutan, tapi because of Suzuki Sensei, director of Shizuoka University, and then the guests from Japan, the guests from other countries, Kasetsat University, and then from Malaysia, and then from other countries also coming here, very welcome. My name is Yoni Kusmaryono. Actually now the head of academic senate in IPB. Yeah. So IPB and also in others country also. And we do hope that as Vice Rector that collaboration is very important. Collaboration is very important. Cooperation is very important because we cannot growing what we call it alone, yeah, IPB alone. But we have to collaborate with other parties also. And then, particularly for Shizuoka University, I have it, yeah, Shizuoka Professional University of Agriculture, I forget. And then we many things that we have experienced.
Thank you, Prof. Yoni. Yeah, next, yeah, it is a very important person then coming. allow me to welcome Professor Shigeiko Suzuki. Yeah. Prof. Suzuki, yeah, you may now come up on stage.
Not Shizuoka University, Shizuoka Professional University of Agriculture. Morning. So
superpower of the world. We call it a maritime axis. Everything within Indonesia's waters can be harnessed to enhance the well-being of the people, the planet, to improve prosperity, including tourism sectors that leverage the allure and beauty of the sea. The development of maritime tourism aligns with the directives of our President Joko Widodo, who said that it is so essential to ensure that all aspects of maritime destinations are well packaged and well managed. Priorities in the development of maritime tourism include cruise and yacht tourism, as well as the most famous diving and snorkeling. I love diving and snorkeling. I also love open water swimming. I also will host several surfing tourism, which include the world best wave in terms of attracting surfers from around the world. But it needs to be developed not only for specific few, but to boost the economy and create employment opportunities. And it is crucial to involve all stakeholders. Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy have put efforts around maritime tourism, such as plastic waste management program in destinations. And this have been widely recognized during the G20 as we target to reduce plastic waste in the seas by 70% in 2025. And that has been achieved with good success, as well as our carbon footprint calculator. Since 2021, the assistance program has been implemented in some locations, including super priority destinations, Danau Toba, Borobudur, Lombok, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and Likupang, but also in Banyuwangi and Bali. The applications of innovations, adaptations, and collaborations. For instance, Professor Suzuki, because he traveled business from Tokyo, we have now in our website, Indonesia.travel, the ability to determine Professor Suzuki's carbon footprint. And that could be offset by planting mangroves, but if you're in IPB, you can plant mineral trees to offset your carbon footprint. Or if you're in snorkeling destinations, there are efforts to do coral restorations, coral reef restorations. So we call this 3G efforts. Gercep, gerak cepat. Geber, gerak bersama. And gaspol, garap semua potensi. Gercep means moving fast. Geber means moving together. And gaspol means moving with all opportunities. Let's work hand in hand and keep on inspiring for new innovations on this conference. And let's build a sustainable tourism ecosystem that benefits everybody. I thank you very much. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Upami aya kakirangan nyuhunkeun dihapunten. Hatur nuhun pisan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi.
Thank you so much for the time given, Pak Sandi. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sir. Yeah. Bye. Thank you so much, Pak Sandi. All right. Next session. Before the main session, we still also need you all to no, not photo session, yeah. Souvenir. Sorry, yeah, sorry. Okay. For our really great appreciation, we would like to give some souvenir from IPB to Prof. Shigeiko Suzuki and to Prof. Yoni, yeah, which will be given by the Dean of SV-IPB, Dr. Aceng, and from Dr. Anita Ristianingrum. So please, Prof. Shigeiko Suzuki, Prof. Yoni, Dr. Aceng, and Dr. Anita to move up on stage. Yeah. Bu Anita, Dr. Anita, would you mind? Yeah, Prof Yoni, would you mind staying here for a while? Yeah, Bu Anita. Yeah, having check. 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 As it is such a rare moment being with some great people, so it would be a great moment as well to take pictures together. So everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please come forward to the stage to have a documentation. Thank you. The committee, please help me. Yeah. With all the participants. The participants, please, ladies and gentlemen, students, lecturers, the committees. Yeah. Mejanya disingkir dulu dong. Oh. Maybe you all can gather around closer so the camera can shoot you very well. Silahkan merapat, adik-adik, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak. Please come closer to the center, please. Come closer to the center. Yes. Oh, the committee maybe, especially for the committee, you can stand over here, please. It's still empty, the space, yeah? Apa? Okay, that's okay. Alright, is it good? Udah cukup? Okay, belum cukup merapat katanya ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak, silahkan punten tolong. Ya, belum tertangkap kameranya dengan baik, so you have to move closer. Good? Okay. Oh, okay. There will be a code there. Okay, are you ready, everyone? All right, 1, 2, 3, smile. Cheese. One more time. Okay. Okay, focus like this. Like this, sir. For the vocational studies. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. Okay, my legs. Thank you so much. For those who are in Zoom meeting application, please open your camera. Yeah, there are how many slides? How many slides are there? Okay, not all participants from Zoom opening their camera. Your camera, please turn on first. Turn the camera on so we can have a documentation as well. There are 70 participants, but there are still how many? About 15 who have already turned the camera on. We ask you once again, please, would you mind turning the camera on for a while? Okay. Allow us to take pictures. For those who are in Zoom, first slide, 1, 2, 3. The second slide, 1, 2, 3. The third slide, 1, 2, 3. Hold your smile. Okay, slide 4, 1, 2, 3. Slide 5, 1, 2, 3. Slide 6. Oh, okay. 5 slides already. Thank you so much. ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right, everyone. Now it's time for us to have the main session, the first main session actually. So the first main session is the presentation from 3 speakers. So now let me introduce the moderator of the next session. Allow me to read her profile first. Can you help me? The profile of the moderator? Or is it better for me to to welcome Miss Widya on stage, and maybe you yourself who introduce yourself to the to the audience, or maybe we'll just wait. Okay. Do you have any trouble? Okay, no bumper. Alright then, Miss Widya, would you mind? Alright, this is the moderator of the next session, Miss Widya. Wow, I cannot remember your full name. Miss Widya Hasian Situmeang. Okay then, so please introduce yourself, Miss Widya.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ira.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I can hear thousands of people in this room. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for coming to this international conference. I'm Widya Hasin Situmeang from College of Vocational Studies, IPB University. I'm gonna be your moderator for these sessions, the discussion sessions in this morning. We already have 3 very amazing speakers, and 3 of them already in our Zoom room, right? Committees? Okay, so we will begin the discussion for the topic Strengthening Agro-Maritime in the 21st Century with multidisciplinary collaborations in this conference. Now let me try to greet all of the speakers today. The first speaker of today is Professor Hiroshi Ehara. Hajimemashite, Professor. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, okay. So we will still waiting for Professor Ehara. And our second speaker is Professor Panpipop Kasemsap. Sawadika, Professor. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, and then our third speaker is Dr. Jate Satornkij. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Indi Tidak Irjaka. Thank you for coming. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin. And because of Professor Ehara not with us yet, so let me switch the positions. Our first speaker gonna be Professor Panpipop. Is that okay, Professor?
Yes, I think fine.
Okay, thank you. Before I give the time to you, I will introduce him to all of us. Professor Panpipop Kasemsap is the Director of Development-Oriented Research on Agricultural System, or DORA Center at Kasosat University. He will deliver us material with title DORA Center's Approaches for collaborations with stakeholders, national and internationally, to establish impactful research platform. So, Professor Punpipop, your time is around 20 minutes. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, the deans and directors, dignity guests, and colleagues. I myself have been to IPB many times. Actually, I've been working with IPB as one of the representative of CESA to the University Consortium of SECA in the past 10 years, and we have managed a project in the joint master degree together. Hopefully we can follow through with the real joint degree in food security and climate change soon. Our team, the University Consortium, just got the new Erasmus Plus funding for the online courses to share among the members in Asian countries and our partners from Europe. Let me begin by having the big picture of the key strategic and systematic approaches that I have considered as the key things, that issues that we really have to consider in my own experience in the past 30 years in international collaborations and also in national collaborations that I've been part as a member of the CESA University. The first one is to identify the key stakeholders, define clear. The second one, the clear objectives, engage early and often, co-create solutions, showcase the benefits, build trust and relationships, multiply opportunities, flexibilities and adaptation, and don't forget the legal and ethical frameworks, have sustainability plans, need to provide incentives to everyone, and communication is always the key issues. Celebrate the successes as often as you could, manage the conflicts, measurable impacts, and the last one is to evaluate and get the feedback from everyone. I will give my presentation like this. I will walk you through the experience of DORA's Center in more than 30 years. It actually began a few years before I came to work with the CESA University. So I will highlight, maybe give some examples of the key strategic and systematic approaches as we go along. So we go back in time. DORAS is the short name for Development-Oriented Research on Agrarian System. Agrarian is actually the French word that they use, so I think when people around the world say agrarian, they know it has something to do with France. And so basically this center was set up because it's the Thai-French cooperation in agricultural science since 1989. That they established it when I was still in the US in UC Davis, finishing my study in the last year there. We began by having the collaboration. The first key issue is the identify key stakeholders, and the key stakeholder that we identified was CIRA, the Center for International Research and Development in Agriculture of France, and IRD is another key stakeholders in our collaboration. But we also identified other stakeholders that really need to be there. The first one would be the French Embassy in Thailand, and the second one would be the second one would be the Thailand Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The second issue would be to define the trade objectives. The framework that we put in since the beginning was that we would focus in agriculture and higher education. We need to work together to make sure that we understand what problems that this collaboration will address, what kind of outcomes that we are aiming for. And we need to have a well-defined mission and vision to help attract the right stakeholders, the other stakeholders. Then we go through the third approach. We engage very early and often. So we bring in other potential stakeholders early in the process. We don't wait until the platform is fully developed. We seek their input and feedback during the planning stages to ensure the alignment with their needs and interests. We need to look at the detailed objectives and make sure that we communicate with every stakeholder. Number 4 is to make sure that we co-create the solution. We need to encourage the stakeholders to actively participate in the design and development of the platform. Co-creation can lead to more effective and sustainable solutions that align with everyone's interests. For example, one of the early projects that we worked on would be on cotton, and we identified the breeding program, the integrated pest management and physiological studies. Sorry, that would be the solutions that we want to provide to our cotton project. We do the same. We did the same in the Jabya Delta project. We make sure that we look at the agricultural dynamics and irrigation management, and we have all of the solutions that Thailand is really need back then. The fifth point would be to showcase the benefit. We need to make sure that we highlight the benefit, and we need to really identify what kind of benefits that each stakeholder would be interested in. For example, in the rubber project that we work on, the benefit is clearly stated in the name of the project, and it's the productivity, and we put it in the name that towards the improvement of the rubber tree productivity, so that we make sure that the stakeholders understand we are moving forward, and the output within the 3-year projects will not be the high productivities, but we are going step by step. The next point is to build trust and relationship. Building trust is very crucial in any collaboration. We need to invest time in building strong relationship with the stakeholders. It includes open and transparent communication, respecting their expertise and demonstrating a commitment to mutual benefit. In this case, we got a big help from Her Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn. She went to France 23 years ago, and it was our main partner, Sira IIT Indra, that she wanted to visit. So Dr. Sondra, our vice president at that time, well, he was a vice president for 20 years actually, accompanied her for the visit. So it actually created trust and, and a great relationship for Kasesan with the key stakeholders in France for us. You know, with the princess, we so much interest in our work and in the collaboration. She provides the best opportunity for us to create trust. The next point would be make sure that you multiply the opportunities as they come. We need to expand, create new projects as needed. When the opportunities open the doors for us, open the windows for us, I think the Princess visit actually provide a number of new routes for us. Our colleagues in France were very willing to help. So we actually not only just continue the old project in Cotton and Jaffrey Delta project. Well, we have, I need to address the local, national stakeholders also. In every project that we work with the national stakeholders. And in the Jaffrey project, it's Royal Irrigation Department. For example, with the Cotton project, it's the Ministry of Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture, for example. But this is to keep the old friends. When opportunity comes, we welcome and we multiply the opportunities. We make new friends. For example, we have this urban agriculture project coming. We open the doors and we welcome to work with our French colleagues. We have the towards improvement of the rubber tree activities as the continuing project, but we bring in the new techniques, the new studies. In this angle, it would be the study of the canopy architecture using the image. Dr. Chet Sathomkit, who would be the next speaker, actually work on the software here. This is the basis for image analysis for high throughput phenotyping that the new innovations for crop science today. The new friends that we make is actually one of them is the Deer Genetic Project. It's a short project, but it's a very interesting because we got the farmers in Thailand very interested. The next point is to make sure the platform has the flexibility and adaptation to it. So when we have the new projects of interest by the princess, we ask our French colleague to come to help. You know, the help can come, collaboration can come in many ways. The example came in as the analysis of agricultural system and production system because we had the issue of deforestation in Nan province. So the CIRAD, IRD, and our colleague in France sent their experts that have a lot of experience in Africa to help us to analyze the system. And then we have another issues, the legal and ethical frameworks. We need to make sure from the very beginning, I just want to highlight it here, that when we work with colleagues from multiple stakeholders, we need a clear legal framework and also the ethical framework. So we need to have the MOU, the Memorandum of Understandings, clearly stated. And one of the issues would be the knowledge, the innovations that come out from the project, who would own what. Basically, the work that we do, we want them to be the public interest. So we only say that if any party get benefits
in terms of money from it, you need to share. So we don't really come to this issue often because it's all, most of them are actually for the public benefit. Then we need to look at the sustainability plan. The sustainability plan would be very essential. We need the plan to outline how the research and development platform will continue to operate and grow after the initial collaboration phase. We need to consider funding sources, governance structures, and resource allocation. But what I want to highlight to you here is the most important point in the sustainability issue. It is the human factor. So we always put the human capacity development as a center, as a backbone of our collaboration. We need the master degree students, PhD students. We need the bachelor degree students to be involved so that we make sure that we build the new generation team, that they would continue to work after for example, I retired or Dr. Sonprat passed away a few years ago. And I think this is the key issue. We have produced a lot of graduates already in our project. This slide was the MOU for the joint master degree in infectious vector-borne and foodborne diseases, okay, in veterinary medicine. This one is in cotton project, or this one is in rubber project. I want to tell you that we actually move further as opportunity presented itself to us. We actually apply for and receive the funding from Erasmus Plus for 3 years to build the joint master degree program curriculum, and IPB is one of our major partner, along with Gajah Mada, University of Putra Malaysia, and University of Philippines Los Angeles, because we began together in the University Consortium team, spearheaded by our French partner from Sub-Agro Montpellier University. That's their old name. Then we have to make sure that we can provide the incentives to encourage stakeholders' participation. The incentives might include funding opportunities, access to data or resources, or opportunities for knowledge sharing and networking. So different stakeholders, different people in one stakeholder may value different incentives. The organization like Kasetsat University and CIRAD may consider incentives as a new, may value incentives in terms of the new platform for knowledge sharing and networking. But other people may value other things. For example, we have Greece, a network to manage emerging epidemiological risks in Southeast Asia. That's very, very important because the animal diseases can really spread to people. We all experience it in the past few years with the pandemic. A number of researchers in university, however, would need publications. Actually, Kasetsat University people and CIRAD, IRD, INRA people in France would need to have publications in reputable scientific journals to make sure that we survive the evaluation process within our university. We can tell that the collaboration between Kasetsat and our French colleagues have resulted in a large number of published articles, and we actually don't consider it as the major output or incentives, but it's necessary incentives to provide our researchers that they can answer to the strict evaluation rules of the university, for example. Again, we are now in the eighth period of Franco-Thai project from 2014 to 2016. We still make new friends. We still make new partners, get more collaborations, get more projects, while we still keep the old ones. This is one of the new projects back then, the biomass utilization for sustainable energy security in Thailand. We bring in the new partners from abroad, the new partners from Thailand, for example. And the new partners may come in terms of multi-national collaboration. And in this case, it's Thailand, France, Vietnam, and Laos in LMI losses. And then the new friends can come even within the existing projects. For example, the rubber project is now entering the 25th, 26th years. It's unbelievable. It's one of the longest ever project funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. They normally provide one phase of 3 years, and they may give another phase. But we are now on the 9th phase of the rubber project. They ask us to bring in the new scientific interests and make the regional collaboration. So it's exactly what we do. We have the new project funded by the French development agencies. We work with Cambodia, Myanmar, who really drop out because of their political issues, and Vietnam in rubber. Hopefully we can expand and we can work with Indonesia in the near future. Communication strategy is very important. I found that some misunderstanding can arise and grow to be a very big issue very easily, maybe because of the stupid reason. For example, misunderstanding of the emails. So we try to communicate very, very often. That's why we always invite the new French ambassador to Thailand to come to Kasetsart University, and we also invite representatives from Thailand Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Kasetsart University so that we can discuss, we can really understand. So I think all of them have come to Thailand, and when they come, they visit Kasetsart University. We keep the line of communication, not just with the people in the project, but the people who oversee our project also. And one of the most important issues is to celebrate successes. When we have the champion, the long-term collaboration could be there because we have champions on both sides, on multiple sides. Actually, for example, we have Dr. Eric Deberg, who been working with us for more than 20 years, and he still works with us today. He actually came to visit Kasetsart University 2 months ago. We provide them, we ask the king to give him the honorary PhD program, and also Professor Serge Moran, and also Dr. Eric Goe in rubber. On the other hand, France gave us the recognition of long-term collaboration. They gave it will be a few minutes. They gave us the the decorations, the commander, the knighthood in the level of commander to our former vice president and former president, and the Chevalier de Palms Academics and Agriculture to 5 of the researchers involved in the 5 major projects, and also the decorations level officer order merit agricole to Dr. Sonprat. So actually, I have already provided you examples with the the key approaches that we really need to consider. But again, we always need to make sure that we be very careful with the ability to measure the impact and also evaluate and feedback from every partners. In our HRPP Heria research platform in partnership, we actually have a 10-year evaluation. It's a project of more than 25 years now. So we just have 2 10-year evaluation so that we make sure that we bring in the outside evaluators from Germany. One was actually from Indonesia and one from Thailand, and they came for the whole week looking through the evidences, and they gave us a feedback. The last point that I want to make sure that conflicts always happen when we have the platform. The more stakeholders, the more partners we have, the more possibilities to have conflicts. We need to make sure that we communicate. But the point is we need to make sure that we bring in good people, and if there is issues, we need to talk to the responsible persons so that we limit the issues, we limit the conflicts, and we solve it very, very quickly as possible. The key issues for us to keep working for more than 30 years is to remain committed to the shared vision. And I think when we know that we don't work for our own success, but we want to strive to be valuable to the others, especially in our case to the farmers, not just to Thailand, but farmers in other regions, and for the well-being of the people. I think we can solve any conflicts, any issues, because we are really fully committed. And that's the quick histories of Thai-French collaboration on higher education and research done by Ksat Sat University as examples of the approaches that we use to collaborate with the stakeholders to establish the impactful research and development platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pompipop. This is a very, I think he shared to us every secret that Doris has.
Is there any question?
Yeah, I believe that the discussion sessions will be at the end. Is that okay, Professor?
I cannot hear you at all.
Apakah masih mute? Thank you, Professor Pompipop. The discussion session will be at the end. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for everything that you shared. I think you already shared us every secret that Doris have to create multidisciplinary collaborations. And this is so interesting. I note one of your wisdom here. One is silver and the other is gold. So let us continue to the next speaker. Thank you, Professor. Well, I will go to Dr. Jet Satornkich. Doctor?
Yes.
Yeah. I will read first. I will read first his background. He has come from Dora Center, Kasetsart University, and he will deliver us the importance of Kasetsart University collaboration project with the other research institutions to contribute for strengthening agricultural development in Thailand. So, Dr. Jade, your time is around 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will introduce myself a little bit deeply. I was the Dr. Punvipop and also Dr. Uh, Sonprat student since 20 to 24 years ago in Kasetsart University as a master degree student. And at that time, I don't know what is the collaboration or Thai-French collaboration project at all. But after I'm working with this team, I found that we have a lot of collaboration, and many students already go abroad to France in many labs. And so I start involving more and more in the project and in the study. And we found that many things happens in the labs and in between Thai and French and other countries. And I want to share with you what happenings and what is the importance when we have this research collaboration in my point of view, like a student point of view, until I become a Kasetsart University personnel and working directly with this kind of collaboration. So I am working with the RAS centers just like 20 years and also have a permanent position as a horticulturist in Department of Horticulture, Kasetsart University. And since 2001, I am involved with this DORA's collaboration with French team. So next slide, please.
Jade, we cannot hear you. Is that any problem? Dr. Jade, we still cannot hear you. I think your voice is lost. Or everyone in the room, the Zoom room, can hear Dr. Jade. Okay, please give us a minute. Dr. Jade, we will try to figure this out. Dr. Jade, can you hear me? Okay, we still cannot hear your voice. Okay, but I think in the Zoom is okay, so you may proceed.
So I will continue, right?
Yes, thank you, please.
First, we increase our knowledge. Okay. When we increase knowledge that can be participate, like trainings, visiting the lab, and then after we have trained, we have visiting the labs, we have more experience on the higher research, higher than what we did in our university itself. Then after we work with them for a while, we increase the personnel and organization connections. That is quite important because it strengthens our relationship and increase more collaboration in another lab that they also link with. Then they gave us a lot of opportunity to get a scholarship, training, term study, short-term trainings, or PhD studies, or maybe postdoctoral also. And they also have a lot of trainings and workshop opportunities in countries and also in France. That what happens. And we also do the research cooperation when we are strengthening our work and our cooperation, when we trust each other and they know what we have capability and also what we can do. Another team will start making research collaboration with us, and then after we have our strengthened, we can extend our knowledge to another team, another countries. That is the last point of the benefits of the collaboration. So next slide, please. So this is a sample of knowledge in increasing the knowledge. Since 2002, we have several lecturers and researchers from CIRAD and INCRA. It's a research institute in France that working abroad, come to Thailand to teach us many techniques and many tools to make a research. Like on the top left, this one, it teaches us about the root research, and in the middle also with the root and the stem research, that we will know how root works and how root grows in the soil without disturbing much the trees. And on the right side and the bottom side is the computer modeling researchers that teach us about the tools to study the growth and development of the plants using some specific software and how to get the data very accurately in the field to make a 3D modeling of the plants that maybe you can experience before. And with this collaboration, and many times they came to Thailand, we have many students that are interested in those topics, and also some students have very high potential to work with. So all of these researchers, they like find the collaboration and also the scholarship for them to work with them in France through the Dora Center and Thai-French collaboration project. Next slide, please. So when we work with them, we have trained, and many times I have been sent to France for trainings. We can experience on higher research, like on the left top side, they measuring the increase and decreasing of the plant's bark to estimate how much water have been used during daytime and nighttime. And on the left bottom, they are using the 3D electromagnetic digitizing to record all the leaves position and size to make a 3D image of the plants and using it to model the use of starch to produce of starch and use of water of it. And it's not only one lab that involved in this kind of research. They have actually 4 or 5 labs that making the same research in different aspects that I never experienced like this before in Thailand. And then in the middle is another forestry researchers that working especially on root growth at the same plants as the one on the left side. And on the right is another researchers that work on the water flows in the stem. Thing like this is very high research and never have been tried to do in Thailand. It's quite, this is like you can see it's in 2001, 2002, 20 years ago. They already have these tools in their labs, but it's not in Thailand. Next slide, please. Okay. Another things that I have been experienced, like they try to do many things outside the box. Like they want to know how plants react to the heating soil. Sometimes in the heating is in the soil is making the plant stress, or the cold in the soil making plant stress. So they build the chamber like this, bottom photos, and they put the plants inside to cooling down the soils compared to the normal one. And on the background, you can see a lot of plants in the pot on the rail. So this is the high throughput system that can input the plants to the several measurements in the greenhouse automatically. So you don't have to do it one by yourself. So this is already start the research there since 2006 or something like that, very long time ago. In Thailand, we just start this maybe 10 years ago, and we don't have much of these facilities yet. Another thing that amazing me is they use the MRI scan, like on the bottom right parts, that actually used to scan our brain or our body for finding something wrong. And they used to scan inside the stem or inside the xylem and phloem to see what's happened to the growth and development of the xylem and phloem in the trees. So it's very, very interesting and very advanced research that we never experienced. So when we have collaboration, we can reach to this point and can also use their facilities if we have a research collaboration. Next, please. So this is another higher research that I found. We are experienced the research of eddy covariance to detect the carbon and water balance of the forest tree. And we have a lot of tools inside this field that working together and like a big team working on top of the canopies and another team working on the bottom of the canopy. It's very interesting that they can do this kind of research for the forest and also for the other plants. Next, please. Okay. So after we have collaborations, like Dr. Bupop says, we did a lot of collaboration. Then we sent many students to their institute in abroad. Also, like this is from Khon Kaen University team, and we met with another student from all around the world that working in their labs. Like this guy, Dr. Chun, he working as a PhD student there during my study, postdoctoral study, and also in this left bottom left part is another team, like 4 team of Sirat and Indra researchers come to make a grant with Miss Unagon Silpi that finished her PhD in France. So we have, when we have working with them, we increase personal and organization connection, not only with the organization that we came there, but also with another colleagues and students that are working there also. Next, please. So after we have collaboration for a while, both of us have granted many scholarship opportunities for the student. From only my part, we have more than like 10 persons that have a sandwich program. Like we are studying in Kasetsat University for PhD and also working in France for like half a year or the whole year, 2 years, and then they can get the double degrees program. So they got 2 PhD diploma from Kasetsat University and also the French University. So it's to make a big opportunity for them for their career in the future. So next, please. Okay. So now when we working with them, we are starting the research collaboration. When they come to Thailand, they see many opportunities to make the research. And when we train with them enough, we study with them enough, they are confident that we can work with them or making the research cooperation with them and produce a lot of publication and knowledge to the world. Like this one is the one that we normally cannot do in Thailand. Is the C13 labeling technique that we put the carbon isotope, the C14, to the plants, and then we follow up the carbon that uptake to the leaf, to the bark, to the root, and also change to be storage, like starch storage. So we have to build the chamber like this. Normally in Thailand, we can build the chamber like this, but we can do only carbon dioxide uptake of the plants. But with this team of research, Dr. Daniel Epong and another colleagues, we can do C14, and then we send the sample to another French laboratory that can analyze the amount of C14 using a special equipment that they built and send the result to us. Another collaboration that just started last year is the one with Dr. Daniels and Dr. Chun Acedo from Kyoto University. They have methane analyzers that can be held, can be portable, and then we study the methane emission in different kind of plants in Thailand that we cannot did it before, like in rubber trees. Normally we can do the small chambers and put it in the GC, the detector, but this tools can measuring it on site. And we also do the bark methane emissions and another plants part methane emission during this collaboration. So we have involved in many research. And when they get the samples, they bring another colleague from their university or their partners to Thailand, and we have more and more cooperation among their connections too. Next, please. This is another research cooperation and transfer is actually not with the French but with the Japanese team. During the during the flag site visit, we met Dr. Professor from Tsukuba University, and they do a lot of soil respiration system. So we have opportunity to visit their labs and have a training on the soil respiration to build the system itself. And we use this knowledge to come back and build our own system in Thailand that fits our needs. And we are now strengthening the collaboration to the Flux, Asia Flux meeting. Every 2 or 3 years we met them in the conference. So it's important to keep collaboration and keep contact with them so we don't lose any updates and any opportunities to make a research together. So next, please. Okay. So the last part, when we have strong enough, we have collaboration enough. The last thing that we can do is we extend our knowledge to another part, to another countries. In 2012, we have a very good opportunity to start the Regional Center Innovation Lab with the UC Davis and USAID from USA. Then we try to use our technologies to apply to different countries. So they come to us and they trust us that we can do. They ask us to help them develop the tools and apply the tool to many countries like Nepal, Cambodia, Bangladesh, and also some countries in South Africa. So we gather all the lecturers, all the researchers in Kasset University that have keen in many aspects to go there and train them. So this is another opportunity to strengthen the new network and also give the university the name to the world. So you will be expand a lot. So this is the last slide, but from my experience that go through this trainings, collaborations, I found that many things are working well because we are doing good communicate. And all of the students that go to their labs that have an opportunity to get the scholarship, they work hard and they are like a representative of their university or their country. So after they finish their work, all the lab that receive them for work trust that another student from the same university or the same laboratory will be work as the same as the student that already finished. So they give us more and more scholarship, more and more training, more and more collaborations. So if you are involved in like to be a student or to be a trainees in this kind of cooperation, please be proud that you are the representative of your laboratory, of your university, and make sure that your work is done enough so they trust and your colleagues or your students will have the good opportunities to visit them, to work with them, to continue working. So thank you very much. That's all I want to give to you today.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saturn Kirch. He's unlocking the collaboration success story, especially for research and higher study collaboration and also extensions. And at the end, he also gave us the tips to maintaining the communications with another institutions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next speaker. I noticed that Professor Hiroshi Ehara also already joined us in the Zoom room. Thank you. But in this opportunity, I would like to call Professor Shigenhiko Suzuki from Shizuoka University first to deliver his presentation for us. And then after that, I will call Professor Hiroshi Ehara. Thank you. Time is yours, about 20 minutes, sir.
20 minutes, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much for giving me a second opportunity to make a presentation today. So would you please proceed the slide? Okay, my name is Suzuki, and from Shizuoka Professional University of Agriculture. And I'd be the most honored to have this opportunity to make a presentation today. And first of all, I'd like to thank people who invited me here. And now, my presentation today consists of four items. Push, please. Yes. And sorry. And the first, I'd like to introduce you the Shizuoka, and the second one is a newly started vocational education system. And the third one is an introduction to our university, SPUA, Shizuoka Professional University of Agriculture. And the fourth one is a couple of topics. Now, let me introduce you to Shizuoka. And Shizuoka is just between Tokyo and Kyoto, and 200 kilometers west of Tokyo. And you know Mount Fuji, now ladies and gentlemen, Mount Fuji is the highest mountain in Japan, and also the highest mountain in our prefecture. So we call this our mountain. And let me see the Chinese characters. You can see the Chinese character there. The Shizuoka, it's yes. And the left one is Shizu. Do you read this? Shizu means calm or Gentile, and Oka, the second one, is hill or land. So Shizuoka means a calm hill or gentle land. So only gentle person can live there. Okay, thank you. And next, please. So this is a ruin of the Sumpu Castle. Sumpu Castle ruin. The first shogun started to rule Japan from Shizuoka. And yes. And the Edo era started in the 17th centuries. Okay, next, please. And there are some famous industry in Shizuoka. The two Yamahas, motor car company, and Yamaha musical instrument. And also the Honda used to be, they have the base in Shizuoka. And Suzuki also. My name is Suzuki. I'm widely meaning I'm one of the members of the big Suzuki families. Okay. And next, please. And not only in history, not only industry, we have three professional soccer teams. So one is Jubilo, and the second one is Espars, and new one, Fujiedama FC. And also we have one professional rugby team. And that stadium, Ekopa, called Ekopa, we remember that the World Cup Soccer 2002 and World Cup Rugby 2004 years ago was held here. And Japan defeated the Wales, and it is called the miracle in Shizuoka. And yeah, really. And the Jubilo Iwata and the rugby team Blue Labs, they are in Iwata. This is our hometown where the university locates. And please, next, please. So when we're talking about the Shizuoka and the Mount Fuji and cherry blossom is indispensable. And the first one, the next one, I'd like to introduce some products in Shizuoka: rice, rice and the wasabi and strawberry and green tea production and mandarin orange and tomato and melon. That's a larger products in horticultural greenhouse. And Gabara, this is the number one in Shizuoka, in Japan. And also the livestock industry is also thriving for the cows and the pig and swine and poultry. That's an and the left, you can see the left-hand side, left-hand photo. That's an Japanese cedar forest, and the traditional housing. This is our scope. Okay, next, please. So, and this chart to summarize. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, thank you. So this chart summarizes the history of our foundation establishment of SPUA. As I told, the various product, agricultural and forestry products are produced. That's in the background of our universities. And we have two education goals. The first one is the person who can process, distribute, and manage in addition to the production technology. And the second one is people who will be leaders, who protect the environment and the culture and the culture and tradition of the rural area and support the rural areas. And the meaning, one of the important meaning of why do we need learning in Shizuoka is the collaboration with an industry, as I told before, so for their experience and research activities. And the second one is, I believe this is our mission to consider the successful agriculture and forestry in this area. In this area means Shizuoka is a place where the artists of Japanese economy run. Okay, next please. So now I'd like to talk about professional university, but it's a vocational university. The people of Japan love the professional. So please keep going. Next please. So the professional university is it's a system created newly in a higher education, in the university education system. The purpose of the professional university system is to foster practical ability and also creative ability to make a professional job. Currently, we have 22 universities opened, and the number of this will be expected to increase in the future. And so we have about 800 universities in Japan. So next, please. And the professional universities, the vocational university new system covers a wide range of fields, including fashion, engineering, medicine, nursing, animals, tourism, and so on. Among these, SPUA, Shizuoka Professional University of Agriculture, SPUA is only one for specializing in agriculture and forestry. So next, please. We have 5 important features for our new system. One is more than 1/3 classes are practical training, and the second, learn theory and practice, and third, the experience long-term internship, And number 5, of course, we obtained a diploma. So please next. And so when we'd like to talk about the professional or vocational education system in the university, so comparison was made between the European system and Japan. And the European system is called dual. Dual means, for example, in France, they have a university and Grand École, as you may know. And in Germany, also university and Fachhochschule. Fachhochschule is the English name is University of Applied Science. And the Japan system looks like a single. So the professional university system, the vocational university system, new system, this might be the beginning of the change in the higher education system in Japan. So next, please. So I'd like to introduce you to SPUA. Okay. So we have just started a new university 2020, and the SPUA. So you can see the Chinese character, Senmon Shoku. This is we call this a professional university of agriculture. And in this case, agriculture covers a wide field, agronomy, forestry, animal husbandry, and also environment. So when we call this SPUA agriculture, the meaning is very wide. Okay, next, please. And wait for a moment. Okay, this is the main building, and within a canopy. It is made of cross-laminated timber with a domestic Japanese cedars. And next, please. And the building C, the new building, this is very newly built. And the concept is a history of the rice cultivation. And behind this, okay, next, please. There are about 30 greenhouses under the fields. And next, please. And the backyard of the main building, we have a new dormitories for the students, very newly. And capacity is 200 students. Okay, go next, please. This is something. We cannot. I can see the bottom. No. Back, please. Back. Yes. You can see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so I think one of the most important features, one of the most important one for our university is the collaboration. The important point I'd like to say is a collaboration with the Prefectural Research Institute. So you can see here, this is the Research Institute of Agriculture and Forestry. It locates on the same campus. This is the headquarters of the 3 branches. One is Forestry Center, and Green Tea Center, and also Fruit Tree Centers. And this is a research institute for animal industry. It locates on 100 kilometers east of our main campus. And those branches, they have the branches on the swine and poultry center here. And the important point is these institutions are prefectural. So this means we are very close relations, like brothers and sisters. And SPUA student, our student undertake a practical training with with these well-equipped practical facilities. So this is one of the important points for this. And next, please. And it is said there are eight main disciplines in agricultural science. In SPUA, we have 3 functions: agronomy, and forestry, and animal husbandry. Now, next, please. And as you may know, and we have 2 universities. One is 4-year university and 2 years college. And those universities have the 3 courses. 3 courses. ですね。Agronomy course has 4 groups: vegetable, and floriculture, and green tea production, and fruit trees. And the forest course and animal husbandry course have 2, divided into 2: large size and small and medium size. Please next. So this chart shows some activities of the student. For the vegetable group, so she handled the strawberry liners, and in the flower group, the written Lysanthus, this, and the tea group, the sencha for the cold brew, and also fruit. This is a project. He's surveying the fertility of the fertility status of the peony. And next, please. So, and one, would you please? And next, please. And forest course students, they learn the harvester. It's a large machine using how can I say? Using on yes. Okay, we're using on the simulator. Okay, thank you. Simulator, and next, please. And this is for the animal husbandry group. The professor teaches and the livestock of physiological anatomy, and she explained the reproductive organs and pushed it. And there are 2 groups: in the large size and swine and poultry. Next, please. So I'd like to quit this. So after this, I'd like to introduce a couple of topics in the please. So this is one of my basic principles at the university administration. The agriculture and forestry is an industry that generates resource and energy, whereas other industries consume them. Let us think about the sugar cane, corn, and timber, namely the sugar, starch, and cellulose. And I believe the essence is I believe it's in the sugar or glucose. And glucose is a basic compound of the product. So 1 kilogram of the glucose had the energy just 16 megajoule. It's comparable for the 3,800 kilocalories. And starch, this one, starch is a substance composed of a glucose by alpha-1 4-glucoside bond, which we can eat. And cellulose. Cellulose is also Cellulose is also a substance composed of glucose by a beta 1,4 glucoside bond. And cellulose, it's a very straight chain and crystals. It supports the building. Through these, we can understand that the agriculture products, they produce and those produce and provide energy, food, and materials. And the energy, of course, you know, these products inherently possess comes from the solar energy by photosynthesis. So, next, please. And would you please push this? Okay. Sound, no sound. Okay. Another topic is a self-driving tractor in a store. I think it is one of the leading smart agricultural initiatives. And this is the RTK system, the real-time kinematics, and GNSS. GNSS is a global navigation satellite system. Okay. And the next, please. And we have a driving course in a tractor center. So we need a license when we drive a tractor on a road. So next, please. A student is now practicing. When the inspector comes from the police office here, this course becomes an official driving test place. Okay, next. And this must be the final topic. So we'd like to think about the future society in Japan in order to discuss the vocational education and university education in agricultural field. And the 4 items. One is Society 5. Society 5 is a concept for the future societies. It is difficult for us to understand, but AI and big data, IoT, and robotics, those will change the society dramatically, it is said. The first one is Y5, the hunting and farming second, industry the third, information the fourth, and number 5 is the super smart, it is said super smart society. Super smart society will come, and smart agriculture would be a part of it. And the second one is globalization. And it is for us, the food in Japan, food self-sufficiency rate, or the food security is a main topic for us. And third one is the population declines. It is, I really believe it is a very big problem for us. When the new university system started at the 1960s, 18 years population was 2.5 million. Now it's less than half. And the new birth rate last year is less than 800,000. Yes. This is a very big problem, and how to support agriculture and forestry is under the population decline. It is an important topic for us. And fourth one is, I'm not sure what it is, but it is said that 100 years of life. So in my age, the life consists of 3 stages: for education, employment, and after retirement, like me, after retirement. But the 3-stage lifestyle will change to a multi-stage. So we need to talk about this and that. But I think agriculture and community are the keyword, also keyword for the future societies. So under such situations, we need to think about how to support agriculture and forestry. So this is our mission. I believe this is our mission. So next, please. Is time okay? Well, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. Time, second. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Suzuki. Well, thank you, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker here, Professor Hiroshi Ehara. Professor, can you hear me?
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Ehara from Nagoya.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ehara. I will give the next time to you, around 20 minutes, to share about recent achievement towards SDGs through interdisciplinary collaborations between sugar producing countries and user countries. And let me introduce you first to the audience, sir. Professor Ehara is the Director of International Center for Research and Education in Agriculture from Nagoya University. So time is yours, sir, 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to share my screen. Probably the PowerPoint slide can be. Is okay? Yeah, should be okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dear participants, thank you very much for giving time to talk something from Nagoya. So I belong to the Nagoya University at the International Center for Research and Education in Agriculture. At the same time, I'm a professor at the Graduate School of Bioagricultural Sciences. Sorry, I don't prepare the photos about our university like the Professor Suzuki, but I can say our university is located in the Nagoya Aichi Prefecture, just west of the Shizuoka. We are neighborhood of the Professor Suzuki's university, yes. So I show in this slide changes in the social conditions surrounding the sago palm. So today I selected the sago palm topics because when I was the undergraduate student, I'm doing this kind of the project, collaborating with the IPB. Actually, I have the long experience together with the IPB senseis, lecturers, professors, until now. So, as you know, we are now in a new era. Under the influence of the COVID-19 and the other unexpected sudden serious social problem, especially from Europe. Under such condition, our project should be encouraged to think about how we can collaborate for the sustainable development goal. So by the year 2030. So probably I don't have to talk about the very basic information about the sago palm. That's sago palm is the one of the very unique starch producing palm. This is the bioresource for the carbohydrate. That's why, of course, we can produce the various food from sago palm. At the same time, we can promote the other production relating to the other industry, like the biodegradable plastic or biofuel as well. So recent months, the energy, the fuel, is the one of the most important agenda to all over the world. When I introduced the growing area and production area of the sago palm, so the sago palm is distributed in this area, totally nearly 2 million hectares sago forest exist as a natural forest, and among them, only 10% of that can be utilized by us. However, if we can expand the utilization area up to the 50% of the natural stand of the sago palm, we will be able to produce 16.5 million tons starch every year. We estimated this amount with the Mitsubishi company, Mitsubishi Group, and this 16.5 million ton carbohydrate will correspond to the double volume of the Japanese rice consumption a year. And if we convert this amount of the starch to the ethanol, 8.3 million ton starch will be produced, and in case of the ethylene, 4.2 million ton ethylene can be produced. This amount will correspond to the over the domestic demand of the ethylene and petrochemicals in Japan. So from this estimation, we can say how big potential exists in this area. So I pointed out several topics here. Besides of the sago palm, so deterioration of the environment due to climate change exists, and then unfortunately, a social problem also occurred since last year, and then at the same time, strengthen food security or resilience of the food system of the community will be the hot topics beside of these problems. Of course, as Professor Suzuki talked, we are now in a new era to have the 100 years life, probably after our generation. But anyway, so we should think about that. So that long our lifespan, how we can utilize such the long years with the healthy life. Here I listed some recent activity, so that were introduced when we held the International Sago Symposium in Tokyo this year, July this year, and distributed to all over the world as a hybrid conference. At that time, so many graduate students of IPB kindly came to brought to the topics together with Professor Bintoro. He kindly participated on site in Tokyo. But anyway, so I selected some of them. So some of topics are not only the collaboration with Indonesia, so that we have collaborated with Thailand and Malaysia and some other South Asian countries. Some of our topic I'd like to introduce today. And so if you have the interest in our topics, please visit our website, Sago Palm. Just you will type Sago Palm in Google or other Yahoo something. So you will leave to the achieve to the arrive at our website. Then from this year, we opened all the papers, manuscript as the open access journal under the Japan Science Technology Agency system. We call it the J-State. So you will be able to open and download all the topics among the 29 volumes. And please visit this website. So almost all the topics that we introduced at the latest international symposium will be opened very soon. So we know the sago palm can tolerate against the barriers, the environmental stress. For example, the acid soil, salt stress as submergence flooding. However, some of the mechanism how seagull palm can stand under such the environmental stress, it was not clear. That's why we are making efforts to clarify the mechanism in the agronomic and the physiological and ecological features. This is one of the examples to evaluate the photosynthetic activity under some the environmental stress. This experiment was conducted in the phytotron, air temperature and humidity controlled the room. So I will introduce some of them quick. Like this, if we set the different level of the sodium chloride concentration in culture solution, in the root part, the sodium concentration will increase. However, seagull palm can maintain the concentration of the sodium in leaf and petiole stably. At the same time, the potassium concentration will not be changed even under the very serious sodium chloride concentration. From this data, we can say the sago palm will have the very aggressive potassium absorbing ability. Then, so that they can stand under the higher sodium chloride concentration to maintain the leaf Na plus concentration at the lower level. The reason why sago can tolerate, we accumulate other experimental data. As a result, Na plus concentration in the advantageous root were lower in the steel than in the cortex. Still, it's the center part of the root rather than the cortex surrounding part under the NaCl treatment. Because the seagull palm will accumulate the very tough the cell wall surrounding the endodermis. So Na plus was accumulated outside of the endodermis. Advantage. This will be the recognized as the avoidance ability of the seagull palm under the NaCl condition. Yes. Actually, if we compare the transpiration rate, other physiological activity, under the comparatively mid-level of the sodium concentration, so seagull palm can show the higher level of the physiological response. Not only for the salt, under the low pH condition also, seagull will show us the higher photosynthetic rate activity under the mild aluminum tolerant, aluminum the stress under the low pH condition. Yes, so you can see at the aluminum 10 treatment, so a very thick root development will be found. And then in case of the sago palm growth and in the submergence, this is the collaboration with Dr. Aidil Azhar with your colleagues. So if we set the submergence, black circle and control, the initial 2 months, so seagull palm will show the aggressive photosynthetic activity in the flooding. From this data, we can say seagull palm can stand even in the submergence, completely submergent condition for 2 months. But if such the period elongated, expanded So the sago palm growth will be of course depressed, but at least we can say for 1 or 2 months they can stand in complete submergence condition as well. From these results, probably we can say something for the water control in peatland, Kalimantan, some other spheres, how we can find the better water management for achieving the sustainable development in such the problem area. Yes, I will skip some slide. And such the achievement were introduced in our several publications in recent years. The latest one is from the 2021, collaborated with Professor Osaki from the Hokkaido University. We published this book together with BLG, Indonesia. So this is the you can purchase this, but so the another one, for example, this one, Sago Palm, published in the 2018. This is the open access book. You can download all the pages without any charge. Please visit the Springer website. Just type the Sago Palm. And as already talked, Sago Palm has the various advantages point. Large amount of the starch production, 300 kg per palm, and adaptation ability to various severe environments, and stable condition, small effect of the climate change, and various utilization, low production cost. Sago has the very aggressive potassium absorbing ability even from the problem soil. At the same time, sago palm can live together with the useful microbes that will produce the nitrogen, or that will produce the phosphorus as well. And so no competition with major crops in the problem soil. However, so considering such things, for example, the sago palm ethanol production ability. If we compare the ethanol production per starch weight, sago palm is not so high, so intermediate. However, if we talk about such the ability based on the cultivation area, unit area, the sago palm will be the best. So this kind of the information will be very useful for our future collaboration. However, at the same time, we have the several constraints of sago palm. For example, immature processing technology and immature distribution network. And the other one is the specific utilization is not known widely. Yeah, of course, there are some others. Now, our members of the society are tackling against these problems. So about the sago palm stable condition, of course, sago palm can propagate it by the offshoot. That's why if we can do the very strict sucker control, we will be able to harvest continuously sago palm. However, it is not easy. And then, so now we are facing to the rapid increasing of the sago palm starch demand. In such a case, probably we should pay attention how to expand sago palm production. For that, now we are promoting higher utilization of the sago seedlings. If we use the seedlings, survival percentage of the transplanted material in the field will be very high, nearly over 95%. Such the offer is accepted by the United Nations FAO. Since last year, we have been conducting the FAO Technical Cooperation Program in Papua New Guinea, entitled Enhancing Food Security and Combating the climate change through the scaling up of sago palm production. So this picture from the May this year, we opened the first sago palm nursery in Papua New Guinea. So they kindly put the name of the nursery as the Ehara Sago Nursery. I really appreciate Papua New Guinea's partners. And at the same time, so we introduced the rasping machine to make the sago piece crushing. This was designed by our former student, Dr. Dharma, who is the associate professor at the University of Papua. We brought this machine from Papua to New Guinea through Singapore. So from this effort, the stable production utilizing the nice, healthy sago seedlings and accelerating the efficiency of the sago starch extraction, we'd like to make the effort to achieve this goal. And other problems, about the other programs, specific utilization. Formerly, in Japan, sago starch is utilized as the dusting flour, sprinkle flour, when we make the Japanese noodle or Japanese sweets. Sago palm flour is very smooth. That's why the most suitable the material for making some Japanese food. But so the now, so the new innovation is coming. For example, the flour for making the ayam goreng. So usually we use the trigo. However, Ajinomoto company from Japan started to produce the Sajiko golden crispy flour using the sago palm starch instead of the trigo. And so the in other case, in the cosmetic industry, the Japanese company is using the sago starch for the cosmetic materials. And so for preventing the allergy symptom, sago palm starch can be distributed through the network website in Japan. So in this book, so open access book, Sago Palm, published by the Springer. In this book, Professor Hirao and Kondo added the various recipe how we can utilize the sago starch for producing the various Japanese food. And so Japanese like the Western style dishes as well. Then some of you already know Japanese major airline company, Japan Airline and ANA or Nippon Airways. They are using the sago starch for preparing the minimal allergen meal as the in-flight meal. So if you'd like to try these kind of the food, please contact Japan Airline or Nippon Airline, ANA, 24 hours before your departure. They will be able to prepare the very healthy food. So our society member also is making the effort to produce the starch gluten-free pasta, utilizing the sago starch. This is the our products. So I don't explain in detail today. However, if we mix the sago starch with the corn flour, real texture pasta, like the Italian pasta, can be produced. Please contact the Professor Hirao and Professor Kondo if you have any interest. Of course, you can contact me. not only in Japan, in Indonesia, I know we can observe a newborn cup noodle or another kind of the noodles. So we'd like to utilize such the new innovation for the healthy life. So such the effort can be recognized as the one of the contributing the efforts to the SDGs. Anyway, Segopam versus New Normal Society or SDGs, we'd like to expand this kind of concept with our partners. So I'd like to show some. The reason why the Japanese scientists is very aggressive to think about the Sego, because you can recognize in this figure, many Sego palms from Indonesia and Malaysia will come into Japan. According to the Malaysian newspaper, 70% of the products will come to Japan. This is the this figure expresses the Sego starch production in Indonesia and export amount from Indonesia. Under the COVID influence, the production amount is depressed. I expect to recover smoothly after this. Of course, stable export amount, but we are very anxious. Beside of the several the constraints, social constraints. Anyway, as this chart, our Japanese importing amount of the Sego starch increasing until the 2011, and so it looked saturated. But this is because of the material provision. If so, Indonesia, Malaysia, and some other countries can provide much larger amount of the Sego export. Probably we will be able to import a much larger amount. We expect. So about the climate change, combating. In the future, Sego palm production area, how will be changed? Increase or decrease? For such the estimation, we try to detect the stable area for this Sego palm. Basic data, we took the basic data in Sulawesi provinces, utilizing the DEM, Digital Elevation Model, and TWI. Based on the DEM, we calculated the topographic wetness index. Based on such the data, when we did the JICA project in Fiji Island, we estimated the change of the Sego palm suitable growing area, current area is, and 50 years after this. Of course, we employed several different supposing more conservative prediction as the PCR 2.6 days. And in case PCR 8.5, high emission emission of gas, global warming gases, and greater climate change. So, considering these several different levels of the prediction, we concluded the suitable area for Fiji Sego palm may increase by 241% from now within 50 years with climate change. So, considering such the situation, how we can utilize such the humid soil, humid area for our industry. Of course, we accumulated various basic research results. However, now we are in the next stage to realize how we can utilize such the results from the basic researches. to the real society. Okay, I'd like to propose all of our partners again. Shall we tackle again against the climate change and unexpected social situation together for our future healthy society. Okay, thank you very much indeed for your kind attention. I'd like to close to my topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Erhara. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're reaching the question and answer sessions. So I will just quickly open the opportunity for delivering your questions. Is there any? Please raise your hand. Okay, one in here. Anyone else? Okay, in there. Well, yeah, thank you. Mr. Aidil and then Mr. Hidayat, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. Sorry, Kap. Ajahn Pun, doctor from Thailand. It's very nice to see you virtually in here. I have a question actually for all speakers. First, to Dr. Pun and Dr. Pam. I know you have a very sustainable project, especially about rubber tree. I'm wondering how you maintain the yeah. Hello, can you hear me, Ajahn? Dr. Pun or Dr. Jake, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm wondering how do you maintain the very long, multiple years project to make it the project sustainable? As we know, if we run the project like only 1 or 2 fiscal years, of course we cannot maintain it well. So that's my question to both of you. And one more question is there any possibility for our students to do a research at the Dora Center, Kasetsart University? Thank you. And the second question I will address to Professor Suzuki from SPUA, right? Shizuoka Professional University. Of course, in Indonesia we have only one system, diploma or vocational program. So either 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years diploma. And in case of in Japan, I know there is a professional program, professional university, and another one is you call it in Japanese kosen. So I know in Wakayama University they have a special program like kosen. Starting entering university from after graduating from secondary school. I'm not sure how many years. So I want to know your opinions about this vocational system or professional educational system in Japan, because they're different. And another is to Ehara Sensei. I don't ask you a question. I just want to share you information. Last week I visit Riau in Riau, and we found a big issue with the backburst or landslide in the peatland. And then the government said there is a big issues also with the what we call abrasion. So and every year the land loss from the shoreline, about 20 meters from the shoreline, is a big issues. And then the salt water will come to the mainland, and where the habitat of sago palm or oil palm, they grow there. So I think there will be a big issues in the future for sago if they receive the high concentrations of salt water from the sea because of this problem in Riau. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I will give the opportunity to answer the question first, maybe to Professor Kasetsart and first, maybe?
Yes, thank you. It will be a short answer. I think the issues of funding has always been difficult for every project, but the philosophy of Dora's project that we always have from the very beginning is that if we have a good project that would benefit people, the funding will come. In the past 28 years of the rubber projects, there be years, there'll be a gap years that we don't have any funding on the Thai side at all. But at least we get the salary funded by Thai government, and Sirat team get salary funded by their government, and our stakeholders are always there. So we try to find any possible ways to get the funding. So there have been good years with a lot of funding, and there have been difficult years with not much funding, but we somehow we survive, and I think it will be like this. If we have a good, meaningful project that would provide, value to other people, people will try to find the way to support us. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last question is about the possibility for students' engagement with Kastrzad University or DORAS. What do you think, sir?
Maybe Jed can answer that, I think.
Okay. Okay then. So, Dr. Satwarkich, please.
Yes. So we are open for all the students that come to us. We have several laboratories, plant physiology, also the food science, chemical, and also soil science that can work together. Now we don't have any scholarship directly for the Indonesian institute, but I think in the future we can have a collaboration and research platform that you can join, especially if you are in the carbon balance or global warming project that we will join about the Asia Flux. We think we will have more scholarship study on these topics, and you can have a big opportunity to study in Thailand because we have a lot of study eddy covariant sites distributed into different kind of forest and plants in Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So next, the question for Professor Suzuki, please.
Okay. So, as I told you before, our higher education system looks like a single, but then actually it's a different. And about 600,000 students enter university. And he told in the Kosen, it's about 10,000. 10,000 students goes to Kosen, and 150,000 students goes to specialized training college. This is not a university, but I believe this is one of the higher education and vocational education system. So in Japan, university system is quite huge and main. And now only 22 professional university. We can say the vocational university in international sense. So 22 professional university just started. I think this might be a beginning of the change. It's our station. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, for the last statement, this is not a question again, but Professor Ehara, do you have any comment for that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Idea, about your the latest information from Riau. Yes, I have much interest in SALT students, basically. So we can say that we can show today we could show how they will stand against the higher content of the salt water. However, it was the experiment at the young growth stage. So, if possible, we'd like to monitor the longer period growth in the field together with IPB and other partners. Partly, we have the collaboration with Kastrzad University as well for utilizing the AMF for getting the phosphorus from the microbes in the southern part of the Thailand. with the other partners also that we'd like to strengthen our collaboration together. Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention and so kind the information. I'd like to consult with you or the participant here more in detail. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. So we jump to the next questions. Dr. Hidayat, please.
Okay, thank you. I think actually my question is similar with the question asked by Dr. Aidil, but I would like to get more detail about the difference between how to say professional university and academic education, and what is the difference between, I mean, the competencies they have. Let's say, that is the first question. The difference between academic education and professional education, especially on learning outcome of the student. And then the second question is there any links between higher education, professional higher education, and how to say professional university education for the same area, let's say in agriculture or in okay, let's say in agriculture, or more specific maybe on animal husbandry, let's say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I believe that question is delivered to Professor Suzuki. Yes, please, sir.
Academic and professional, yeah, yes, in a institution. Okay, so his question is academism in the vocational education and the difference between the common university, for example, the Faculty of Agricultural Science, right? Okay, so that's a key point for us, because just the beginning, just started, and in my opinion, even in the vocational university, vocational education, we need a strong academism. So the higher vocational education system is needed for all of the teaching staff with a strong and academism or research mind. And based on this, so we can produce, we can deliver the more effective education for the student. They would become a professional. Is that right? That's my point of view. But now we are now struggling how to do this. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Is it answering, Dr. Hidayat? Yes, thank you. Well, one last question from the... okay. Yeah, please, you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Professor Poon. I am Nadia Zahira. I am a freshman from IPB University, and I'm taking Production Technology and Agriculture Community Development as a major. So, I've been wondering, how can all the knowledge that we learn can be delivered to the farmers effectively, and how long the estimated time will take for the teaching to be evenly distributed and make an improvement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I do believe it's delivered for Professor Poon? Yeah? Okay,
yes,
sir,
I believe
please.
so. Yes, yeah. I think you mentioned my name, right? Yeah. It's a very interesting question. I think we all struggle to put what we have learned into the fields and into the farmers' hands. But I think there are new innovations, especially in the Internet of Things, in the live bot, the social media bot, that can accelerate the adoption of the technologies and innovations. The thing is that in the past 2 years, I've been working with 2 projects, digital agriculture with FAO, and they are really trying to fill the last mile gap. And I totally believe that there are 2 ways communication. Our graduates from universities would need to be trained in a way that we can communicate better, and need to be trained how to disseminate what we have learned, what we believe better to the farmers. And on the other way, the farmers would need to try to learn new things. I always thought it would be very difficult to do, but believe it or not, in the digital agriculture project that we did in 1,000 digital village project with FAO, we found that durian farmers in a small village near the border between Thailand and Myanmar actually learned how to use the Kaset Track, the tracking programs on their mobile phone. They don't even have the internet at their house. They come to the community center in the evening just to connect and to be trained. So once you can communicate the benefits of learning new things to the farmers, and we have the good innovations available for them, they will be really much like to learn, and it is really possible. But we have to adapt. We have to learn new things. I have hope. That's all I can say.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the answer, Professor Poon. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that there is still lots of questions that you want us to our 4 speakers, but due to the time, I would like to close the Q&A sessions, and I would like to ask for each speakers to giving your closing statement. Start from Professor Kasumsap, and then Dr. Sathorn-Kich, and then Professor Suzuki and Professor Ehara in turn. So please, Professor Kasumsap.
I like to thank you all very much for allowing me to sharing the time in this conference with you guys. I think it's been very wonderful experience for me. I have learned a lot from all of the speakers, and I have learned a lot from the people who ask questions. I think it stimulates our thinking, and it gives us the sense that the future is really going to be a lot better for everyone. I congratulate you all, and if there is anything that Kasesat can be part of, please let us know. I still have at least 1 year more, maybe 4 years more in Kasesat. I would be very happy to work with you all in IPB, in Japan with our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sathorn-Kich, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to have a speech today. I would like also to thank you, Dr. Adil Asa, to come to visit us many times and strengthening our collaboration. I just say that our labs and our UC are open and welcome all of you to come to visit us. And also I would like to visit you in your country also. Actually, my first plan is to be there with you this weekend, but with a lot of my travel last month, I cannot travel anymore. So last, when I would like to say that if you have opportunities to go abroad or coming to anywhere, you just take that opportunities and bear in mind that you are come in your university or your organization names and make your base there and make them convince them that you are good enough and your institute is ready, so we can strengthen more collaboration with them and make a good open way for your student or your colleagues to go there too. Thank you.
Thank you. We're looking forward for your coming to Bogor. Well, and then next, Professor Suzuki, please.
So I'd like to thank you again for giving me a second opportunity to present the paper. And SPUA is a very newly developed university and a small university. We are very happy to join this kind of session. So Nagoya University, Kasetsatu University, and IPB. So thank you. I'd like to say again, thank you. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And last but not least, Professor Ehara, please.
Oh, yes. So first, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the committee for making the very nice time together with the professors from Kasetsat. So they are our partner for the joint degree program. Actually, I have the one Thai student at this moment. So under the COVID situation, that we cannot communicate on site, but so probably this year we can restart such the on site the meeting probably. And then so I am very happy to know the Professor Suzuki, Dr. Professor Suzuki is in Bogor now. So I have the long, how can I say, personal communication together with Dr. Suzuki. That's why I'm very happy. So IPB started to have the new collaboration together with the people in Shizuoka. Yes. And so finally, so I have to say my excuse. I could not be there today. I'm sorry. However, this month I will go to Indonesia late this month. So that's why if you have the time, so shall we have the meeting on site together. Thank you very much indeed for your kind consideration to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now reaching the ends of this discussion. So I would like to give a wrap up for us. All of the speakers already shared about how they conduct multidisciplinary collaborations. Professor Kasum Sarp from DORAS and Dr. Saturn Kirch already shared us about how their strategy and success story to collaborate doing research and also education, higher educations. And then Professor Suzuki already told us about developing professional education. And Professor Ehara also shared the specific case of how SAGO research with collaborating with several countries and several researchers. So I hope all the material that given today can be the foundations to strengthening our agro-maritime in the 21st century with multidisciplinary collaboration. Thank you for all of your attentions. I, Widya Situmeng from College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, would like to say thank to you all. Now I will give back to the Master of Ceremony, Miss Ira. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Widya, for leading the session. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the halfway of the event. So let's take a break for a while. But as I said earlier, after the lunch break, we will continue with the next session, which is the the parallel presentation. And for you to note, for the presenters, this room will be divided into 4. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Okay, 4 rooms. The first room will be over there. Oh, right, over there. Yeah, the first room is over there. And then the second room is right here. The third room here. The fourth there. 4 rooms. Oh, the reverse. Room 1 is over there. Okay, room 1 is over there. This is the second one. This is the third, and there is the fourth. Okay, 4 rooms. I'm sure that you have informed which room are you supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your meal on the second floor, if I'm not mistaken. Second or fifth. The lunch. The restaurant. Where is it? The fifth floor. Seventh. The seventh floor, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, enjoy your lunch. Good day.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Sekolah vokasi terdepan untuk anak mulia, gigi berkarya menuju cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita.
I hope this song can enjoy your lunch and have a great lunch. I close my eyes and I can see the world is waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through what no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. We can live in the world that we desire. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, the vision of the world I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we gonna make. Oh, there's a house we can build, every room inside us feel with things from far away. The special things I compare, which might make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to the world that we desire. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, the vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, still wanna bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest color fill my head. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. I think what the world could be, a vision of the what I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we gonna make. For the world we gonna make. Thank you.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Jayalah SV-IPB. Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, gemetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa aku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to be with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you rush away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat
terlalu, jangan berlebihan, jangan berlebihan. Jangan berlebihan. Ketawa. Ganti gaya. Ganti gaya lagi.
Mungkinkah di suatu masa depan dirimu akan merasa ingin kembali dan mengulang ke masa lalumu di saat kau memilih kan kemana langkahmu, sejati tujuanmu, ataukah dirimu yang sekarang di dalam hasrat dan mimpi kau meniti hidup dan cinta. Kebahagiaan tak hanya tentang harta, tapi tentang dirimu, hasratmu dan mimpimu. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi, maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyelesaikan pada muda. Bukti lebih dari teori. Bukankah selalu kau yakini bersama kesulitanmu ada kemudahan yang pasti. Meski orang coba jadikanmu bimbang, namun kau lebih tahu keputusan milikmu. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi, maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dadamu. Dan bukti lebih dari teori. Hayal tanpa aksi, beranikan dirimu berlari di hasratmu. Takkan ada langkah yang kedua tanpa langkah pertama yang kau paksa memulainya. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi, maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dadamu. Dan bukti lebih dari teori. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi, maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia, dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia, dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita.
Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran,
amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Jayalah SV-IPB.
bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, gemetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di
anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa ku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to live with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you wash away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini mengujarnya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Jangan berlebihan. Sini aja. Jangan berlebihan. Ganti gaya lagi.
Mungkinkah di suatu masa depan dirimu akan merasa ingin kembali dan mengulang ke masa lalumu di saat kau memilih kan kemana langkahmu, sejati tujuanmu, ataukah dirimu yang sekarang di dalam hasrat dan mimpi kau meniti hidup dan cinta. Kebahagiaan tak hanya tentang harta, tapi tentang dirimu, hasratmu dan mimpimu. Terus jalani bagai mantan yang dihindari, pulih, jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi, maka takkan ada penyesalannya. Menyelesaikan ada mudah, bukti lebih dari teori. Bukankah selalu kau yakini bersama kesulitanmu ada kemudahan yang pasti. Meski orang coba jadikanmu bimbang, namun kau lebih tahu keputusan milikmu. Terjalani bagai mantan yang menghindar, Khayal tanpa aksi, beranikan dirimu berlari. Di hasratmu takkan ada langkah yang kedua tanpa langkah pertama yang kau paksa. Memulainya berjalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dadamu. Dan bukti lebih dari teori. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dadamu. Dan bukti lebih dari teori. Aksi lebih dari teori. Bukti lebih dari teori.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu
menghadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Jayalah SV-IPB.
masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di dada.
Ini ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa ku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to be with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you rush away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Jangan berlebihan. Sini aja. Jangan berlebihan. Ganti gaya lagi.
Mungkinkah di suatu masa depan dirimu akan merasa ingin kembali dan mengulang ke masa lalumu di saat kau memilih kan kemana langkahmu, sejati tujuanmu, ataukah dirimu yang sekarang di dalam hasrat dan mimpi kau meniti hidup dan cinta. Kebahagiaan tak hanya tentang harta, tapi tentang dirimu, hasratmu dan mimpimu. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalannya, menyelesaikan ada mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Bukankah selalu kau yakini bersama kesulitanmu ada kemudahan yang pasti. Meski orang coba jadikanmu bimbang, namun kau lebih tahu keputusan milikmu. Terjalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyelesaikan dada mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Tanpa aksi, beranikan dirimu berlari di asfaltmu. Takkan ada langkah yang kedua tanpa langkah pertama yang kau paksa memulainya. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyelesaikan dada mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi. Jangan berhenti, jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi. Maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyelesaikan dengan mudah. Bukti lebih dari teori. Aksi lebih dari teori. Bukti lebih dari teori.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigi berkarya, penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Hari-hari harus ku jalani bersama mimpi-mimpi tentang masa depan gemilang
yang ku ciptakan di kampus tercinta SV-IPB. gigih berkarya penuh cita-cita.
Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran,
amalkan ilmu kita,
pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa.
Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Sekolah vokasi terdepan, tumbuhkan tunas mulia, gigih berkarya penuh cita-cita. Kuatkan jiwa dan pikiran, amalkan ilmu kita, pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Pengabdian untuk kemajuan bangsa. Jayalah SV-IPB.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, gemetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa ku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to be with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you rush away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali, 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu
terlalu, jangan berlebihan, jangan berlebihan. Sini aja, jangan berlebihan. Ketawa. Ganti gaya. Ganti gaya lagi.
Udah siap belum? Saya cek kehadiran dulu nih Bapak Ibu ya sambil
Mungkinkah di suatu masa depan dirimu akan merasa ingin kembali dan mengulang ke masa lalumu di saat kau memilih kan kemana langkahmu sejati tujuanmu ataukah dirimu yang sekarang di dalam hasrat dan mimpi kau meniti hidup dan cinta kebahagiaan tak hanya tentang harta tapi tentang dirimu hasratmu dan mimpimu terus jalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi jangan berhenti jangan biarkan lagu merenggut mimpi maka takkan ada penyesalannya menyelesaikan dari mudah bukti lebih dari teori bukankah selalu kau yakini bersama kesulitanmu ada kemudahan yang pasti meski orang coba jadikanmu bimbang namun kau lebih tahu keputusan milikmu terjalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi jangan berhenti jangan biarkan ragu merenggut mimpi maka takkan ada penyesalan yang menyesatkan dada mudah bukti lebih dari teori ini bukan hanya hayal tanpa aksi beranikan dirimu berlari di hasratmu takkan ada langkah yang kedua tanpa langkah pertama yang kau paksa memulainya berjalani bagai mentari yang menyinari bumi.
The first speaker will be Bu Dr. Novia Amalia Soleha, SSI. If you are ready, you can go here and you can present the presentation and the maximum is 10 minutes for the presentation and we will continue with the discussion. Bu Novia, time is yours.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Here, before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Novia Amalia Soleha. I'm here to represent my team and want to present about my research article entitled with in situ growth of zeolite A in the fiber surface for methane absorption. So this research is in collaboration with IPB University, with ITS, with BRIN, with Unisla, STIN, and UTM Malaysia. Okay, we go to the next. Why can't I can do that? Okay, next. This is the outline of my presentation. So it started with introduction part and then experimental, then result and discussion, and the last is conclusion. So for the introduction part, we would like to give you a brief explanation why methane. So methane is the second most important for the greenhouse gases contribute to the atmosphere. So it can trap the heat and make global warming following the carbon dioxide. So, and the second reason is because of we need the high demand of energy. This high demand of energy needs any alternative energy, which for example, like the methane. Methane is can be become a substitute of natural gases, which has many advantages like high density. However, there is a weaknesses like the weakness, like the weaknesses for its low density. Next. This low density can be overcome by using a technology named absorbed natural gas. The energy technology can be overcome by using our absorbent material. This absorbent must be have a characteristic like it has a physical absorption, and then it has a low pressure and high and have a high capacity absorption. One of the absorbent is zeolite. Zeolite is a crystalline molecule which consists of silica and alumina with oxygen as a bridging atom, and it has a pores. This pore will have a good impact for the absorption. However, in the nature of the zeolite is in the powder form. This powder will, in practical, it need an adhesive material as a binder, which means it will reduce the porosity of the zeolite because sometimes industrial make it like a extruded or like a pellet. So how is the method to reduce that is by using a support material. Like for example, fiber in this research. Fiber is used because it easy to shape and then it has long smooth filament which make a zeolite in the form of cube can be attached and growth in onto on surface. So the objective of this research is to know to study the effect of fiber activation condition in the growth of zeolite and then can be applied in for methane absorption. Okay, this part is for experimental. It started with activation of fiber using alkali activation with various concentration and various of time immersion. And for the synthesis zeolite A using hydrothermal process with the specific molar composition and dried and 5 degrees Celsius. And it will characterize by using SRD, TGA for to know the stability thermal, and SEM to know the morphology. And for the application, using a gravimetric method with the absorption temperature of 30 degrees Celsius with the pressure 1 bar. Okay, we come to the result and discussion. For the SRD, we will know that the phase of the zeolite already been synthesized by using comparing the standard zeolite A and all the variation make the zeolite in the red line. However, with the higher concentration, it will make the form, a new form of sodalite. Sodalite is the metastable of zeolite that came if we want to synthesize zeolite A. So from the diagram of XRD, we can make a correlation graph, and we get this graph. So the crystallinity of zeolite I will be higher if we use the NaOH concentration around 4 and the immersion time around 24 hours. This is the schematic illustration. So by activate the fiber, it will remove any impurities like lignin, and then zeolite in the form of nucleation process, it can be growth in the surface. So why NaOH concentration and longer emission time affect this? Because they can damage the surface of fiber and then dissolve silica and make the nucleation is slower. So to confirm this SRD result is by the using morphology, and we can see from the steam SAM. So by using a higher concentration, just less zeolite that can be formed. So it is similar to the SRD result. And how about the immersion time? So the trend is same. If we use a longer immersion time, the number of the zeolite A that growth onto the surface will be less, like this. So all the morphology is in the cube form, but the crystallinity will decrease. So support by the XRD data. Okay, this is for the thermal analysis, and we can see from the graph that there will be a two kind of uh, mass reduction, and it will be constant. So what is the effect of this kind of mass reduction is first because of there is a mass of bone molecule, water molecule that release, and then there will be the next for fiber decomposition and supported by the SE data that is exothermic condition. Okay, we come to the application. So how that zeolite can be used for absorption of methane? It's so that the time we have a longer time of absorption, the capacity will also increase. However, there is a constant which indicate that all the pore already filled by the methane, like this. So at first it is a rapid change because the methane already attached on the pore of zeolite, and then in this part the first layer of absorption can be happen, and the constant because all the pore already filled by the methane. Okay, we come to the conclusion. So the conclusion is optimum condition to have a zeolite with the higher crystallinity is by using an NaOH concentration of 4 and in the time maturation around 1 day. And the longer maturation time and higher concentration of NaOH will damage the fiber, thus affect the zeolite A crystallinity. And then the methane capacity absorption of zeolite A is around 4.6%. Before I say thank you, I would like to acknowledge about Sekolah Vocational Study IPB University for having me to conduct this research by Hiba Sekolah Vokasi. Okay, thank you. I back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Novia, for the presentation. I will give. Okay, oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I will give opportunity to the audience to ask the questions for the presenters. Maybe one question first. There's no question. Maybe from Zoom. Chat nggak ada ya? So before we continue with the question from the audience, I will ask Dr. Novia about these main findings. I think the presentation is quite interesting, and also main findings. I wonder how we can implement these main findings into the real one. I mean, you can absorb the methane and yeah, how you can use these main findings into the real world, let's say. Thank you, Bu Novia. Silakan.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, actually, all these research is still in lab scale. I mean, for scaling up, it means that we have to need maybe an environmental engineering to have a reactor, maybe to absorb the methane for the atmosphere, and then maybe I think it still need any what is it any implementation or any collaboration behind maybe IBB University, so this scale up and the outcome to reduce the amount of methane can be conducted in the future, so like that, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Novia. Other question, Pak Aidil, please.
Okay, second.
Last slide, yeah,
This one?
second slide, yes, yeah, that one. I the capacity of absorptions.
Uh-huh.
Okay, absorption of methane, and in relationship with the time, how long it is exposed to what? I still don't understand in this one. Could you please explain the capacity of absorptions related to the time? That's 30 minutes,
Yeah.
right? Why you stop in 30 minutes? Why don't you keep continuing until it meet the plateau so that we can find probably more better absorption capacity? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So the question is why I just stop the reaction or the absorption in 30 minutes. Actually, it is based on the literature that at the time is 1 hour is the best. But for my case, I think that it's already constant. I mean, I know that it's actually should be like this. Yeah, but maybe I will do it further in my research. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think uh, yeah, we finish it. So give applause to Dr. Novia. Thank you very much for the presentation and the discussion. So next we will have the second presenter, Dr. Tekat Urip Pambudi Sujarnoko, SPT MSI. And Dr. Tekat will talk about temulawak, curcuma santoriza, dose as protein. So, Dr. Tekat, you will have around 7 until 10 minutes for the presentation, and we will continue with the discussion. Please.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah dan Muhammad Rasulullah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Amma ba'du. Introduce myself. My name is Tekat Urip Pambudi Sujarnoko from Vocational School of IPB University. I want to present my research about temulawak or Cucurbita santoriza dose as protein protecting agent on tofu drug plus complete feed, silage, and methane relative mitigation by in vitro system. Okay, next. Background. The background is tofu drug is spoiling and high nutrition feed, and the moisture content is very high. So it's very simple to decide or spoiler. The protein and tofu drug have a protein high protein content, so it's very simple to the amino acids in the rumen microbe. And in the rumen, this is a anaerobe system, so the rumen methane will be produced in the rumen. 85% the methane from animal fermentation is come from enteric fermentation. And protozoa as a host methanogen. So if we can decrease the protozoa, we can increase the methane. And curcuma have ability as an antimicrobe. So we will decrease the methane and the temulawak will become the protecting protein again in silage and rumen fermentation. The protecting again, the curcumin act as antimicrobe to decrease Clostridium, E. coli, etc. And the deamination process will be decrease. So the process will be decrease the feed quality. And rumen microbe cause deamination. So if we can decrease the spoiler bacteria in the rumen, we can bypass the nutrition and will be absorbed in the apomasum and will be absorbed to improve the quality and quantity of milk or meat production. Okay, next. Okay, this is the gastrointestinal system in ruminant. We know if the big organ is the rumen. So in the rumen is very important for ruminantia because in this organ the protein from microbe will be produced, but some protein will be deaminated. So this become ammonia and carbon bond. This is the decrease the quality of our feed. And in the rumen, this is an anaerobe system. So the methane will be produced. Okay, next. This is my method. The temulawak fresh from Dramaga, Sinarsari village, Dramaga. We will oven in the 65 degrees Celsius and will be grinder and we will add it to feed our feed. Okay, next. Okay, this is ingredient. We use a tofu drag. Next. This is the nutrient analysis, the proximate analysis. So the crude protein is very high because the protein is very important to make efficient our feed. Next. This is in vitro analysis. We use in vitro analysis of complete feed plus tofu drag silage was preserved 40 days. So the silage mixture dried at oven in the 65 degrees Celsius during 24 hours. And incubation was carried out 24 hours at 39 degrees Celsius, like the rumen temperature. Okay, we will collect the gas production and methane, so we can know about the methane production. Okay, next. This is the feed our in vitro system. So we use the five five treatment and for replication. Next. This is the result. The result is in the silage system, the ammonia will be decreased with this equation. So temulawak powder can become a protein protecting agent will we use in the silage process. Next. Because the ammonia decrease, the protein content in our silage is increased. So I think the temulawak can increase the quality of our food and improve the efficiency of production. Okay, next. This is the result from in vitro analysis. We know if ammonia in the rumen will be decreased. So the protein can protecting the temulawak because the temulawak have tannin content. So the tannin content will coating the protein and become a bypass protein and absorb in the apomasum. We sorry next back, okay. We know if the VFA is the volatile fatty acid. This is some important fatty acid. The fatty acid will be changed in the hepar or in the liver, become a glucose. So it's very important for improve the quality and quantity our milk or our feed. So in the VFA, we know if the T1 or in the 0.25% temulawak powder, we can increase the VFA. So this addition is very is the best to increase the quality or quantity of our production. Next. Okay, this is the result from rumen ammonia. So because the rumen ammonia is decreased because we use the temulawak powder, we know if temulawak can become a protecting protein again in the rumen system. Okay, next. This is the parameter we use. The methane absolute is significant different, very significant different in the T1 and T3. In the T1 is the lowest. The T1 we know if the absolute methane if decreased, and if we depend with uh, a production in the rumen, we know if the methane will lowest is in the treatment one. Okay, next. So this is methane production because in the rumen, the organic matter will be fermented with bacteria, protozoa, and fungi, become energy and become VFA. So if we use the fermentation, the methane will be produced. So we only can decrease the methane relative. So if we can decrease the archaea methanogen, we can decrease the methane. If we can, because the archaea methanogen live with symbiosis with protozoa, so if we can decrease the protozoa, we can decrease the methane. If we can decrease the methane, the VFA will be improved. So the production will be increased. This is the problem. So we can said that the temulawak can decrease methane and improve the production of our animal. Next, this is the methane absolute. This is a very significant in the T1 or 0.25%. Okay, next. This is the methane per gas. So the methane relative is in decrease. Will we use the temulawak? So the temulawak not only decrease the methane but improve the quality and quantity of it. Okay. Next, the conclusion. The conclusion is temulawak may occur as protein protecting agent on the silage and in the rumen. And temulawak powder may occur decreased methane from enteric fermentation. So we can conclude that if temulawak powder as methane mitigating is 0.25% from dry matter intake is the best addition in our feed silage with tofu dregs. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Tekad, for your presentation. Any question from audience? Okay, so Pak Surya dulu. Tadi Pak Idil sudah. Pak Surya, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, for the time, Mr. Tekat. I will ask about tannin. Maybe you said that tannin will capsulate the protein, and then the protein will pass the ruminant process, and then it's absorbed in intestine.
In intestine, yes.
Uh,
Small
uh,
intestine.
upper muscle or intestine?
In upper the pH will be low, and the coating about protein and tannin will be decreased. So in the small intestine, the protein will be absorbed to the blood system.
Okay. Nah, I will ask about how the tannin decrease, and then it it is open, and then the protein can be absorbed um, in intestine.
Okay.
I'll ask that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. We know if the tannin, if to tannin is the condensed tannin and hydrolysable tannin. In the temulawak, the most of the tannin is hydrolysable tannin. It's very different with acacia, etc. So the system in the rumen, the bypass is two system. The one is the hydrolysable tannin can decrease the some bacteria who can cross the peptide link. So because in the rumen the hydrolysable tannin will be hydrolysable, so the in the small intestine the protein will be protected, but it's not too good like the condensed tannin. If we use the condensed tannin system, the condensed tannin will be attract the protein, and the protein will be bypassed, because in the rumen we know if pH in the rumen only 6.8 until 7 pH. So if the tannin coating with the protein come to apomasum, the pH will be low. The lowest pH will be decrease the coating tannin with protein. In the apoma, because the pH will be low, the tannin can catch the mucus and etc. And the protein will be absorbed in the small intestine. Okay, this is the maybe system. Okay.
Because we have limited time, so and the time is over. Uh, please give applause to Pak Tekat. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Tekat. Next presenter will be Dr. Edi Wiraguna. Dr. Edi Wiraguna will talk about yield comparison of groundnut and corn under soil and multiple cropping systems. Pak Edi, 7 until maximum 10 minutes for presentation. After that, we will have discussion.
Okay.
Please, Pak Edi.
Thank you, Pak Priya. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I will present the result of our small experiment, yield comparison of groundnut and corn under soil and multiple cropping system. Okay, next. Okay, why this topic is important? The first is land use efficiency by growing more than one crop is in the same period is essential to support human consumption, as we know that the increase of the human population and the decrease of the land availability. Okay, the second is multi-cropping between cereals and legume grain crops is more beneficial than single crop. It will be showed by the value of LER, land equivalent ratio. If it's more than one, it's more beneficial than single cropping. And then the third is legume are often intercropped with cereal grain crops due to their physiological complementary. As we know that cereal grain crop use C4 photosynthetic pathway, and legume crop use C3 photosynthetic pathway. Okay, and then the last is the production and area planted to the groundnut has decreased in the last years. This is the reason why we choose a groundnut and corn. Okay, next please. Okay, so according to this reason, we try to answer 3 questions. The first question is the yield of corn and groundnut in the multiple cropping higher than sole cropping? There is no point if we want to grow more than one crop in one land, but the yield is lower than it should be. And then the second, is there any correlation between the yield of corn and groundnut with morpho-agronomic trait? So you want to know the response of the plant growth related to the treatment of multi-cropping. And the third question we would like to answer is multiple cropping system more efficient than sole cropping? This is why we suggest, is it doable or is not doable? Okay, next please. Okay, this is the method and methods. The method is fertilizer application first. Fertilizer application of single and multi-cropping of corn, we call it T1, T3, and T4, was 180 gram per plot. The size of the plot was 4 meter time by 4 meters. Was 180 gram per plot and 90 gram per plot for urea as SP36 and KCl. The fertilizer application for groundnut sole cropping was a half, if you can see here, 90 gram plot for urea, 90 gram per plot for urea, and then 180 gram SP36 per plot, and 135 gram potassium or KCl gram per plot, which is the size of the plot is 16 meters square. And then planting treatment is, I should mention it before. One is the sole cropping. The second is sole cropping. So one and the T1 and the T2 is sole cropping of corn and groundnut. And then the third is the one row of groundnut in between corn. And then the third is 2 row of groundnut in between corn plants. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the measurement for the corn and the groundnuts. For the corn was plant height, number of leaves, circumference of corn stalk, the length of the corn cob, fresh weight of above ground biomass, yield, and circumference of the corn cob. So the circumference from the third until the last is during the harvesting, and then the first and the second 1 week before harvest. And then the ground also the same. 1 week before harvest was plant height and number of leaf, and then during harvest or this is one week before harvest was stem circumference 1 week before harvest, and during harvest was yield, number of field pods, and fresh biomass. Next please. Okay, the first question was, is it okay to grow more than one crop on the same land? On the corn, and it shows that there is no significant difference between single cropping of corn and mixed cropping between 1 row and 2 rows of groundnut in between corn. Next. However, for the groundnut, we can say that there is a reduce of yield of groundnut when we grow under the single cropping compared to multi-cropping. And we can see that there is no difference between 1 row and single row. The yield will be lower than control. Next. Okay, that's the first question, is this answer, and then the second question. correlation between morpho-agronomic traits from the corn cropping treatment. We want to know what kind of trait it's related to the yield under the multiple growing system. We can say this is the multiple correlation, and we can say that here the yield is significantly correlated with number of leaves. That means that more leaf of corn, they will grow more corn. That's okay. Next, please. However, this is opposite for the groundnut. We can say that the yield and the number of leaf is negatively correlated because the groundnut is grown under the corn. They produce more leaf. However, they reduce their yield. Okay. Next, please. And the last question we would like to know, is that beneficial to grow more than one crop or single crop? And we see here that groundnut with one line of groundnut in between corn doesn't significantly different with two line of groundnut between corn. So there is no difference if we would like to grow one or two lines. There is no difference in the statistic. So, but we can say before that we grow more groundnut. That means they reduce because they higher vegetation and then more diseases actually. So this is reduce that. We didn't measure that, but that is the side effect of the multi-cropping. Okay, next please. Okay, the conclusion is to answer that question. We conclude that the production of corn doesn't differ between single and multi-cropping with groundnut. However, the production of groundnut is lower in multi-cropping than single cropping. It's beneficial for corn, but not for groundnut. Groundnut. Okay, under multi-cropping, number of leaf is positively correlated with corn yield. However, number of leaf is negatively correlated with groundnut yield. Okay, multiple cropping is more efficient in land use efficiency shown by LER greater than 1, which is better. We saw that the LER of one row is 1.7, and then the LER for two row of groundnut was 2.3. However, there is no difference between one and two rows, but it's more beneficial than single cropping. Okay, next. Okay, I would like to acknowledge the College of Vocational Studies to support this funding, and I would like to acknowledge as well the student of TMP who held this data collection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eddie Wiraguna, for the presentation. So, any questions from audience, please? Okay, one question from Dr. Novia, silakan.
Okay, thank you for the chance. So I would like to ask one questions. For the chemical perspective, I mean, is there any analysis for the soil? Because you say that there is no competition between the multi-crop or single crop for corn, right? So, I mean, is there any analysis for the soil? Maybe any competition for the aspect minor, like anything in the soil? Okay, thank you so much.
Is there any? Oh, I would like to answer if there is no other question. Oh, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, we didn't measure for the soil, but for the soil we cannot measure for one time because this is one growing season. It should be in multiple year. We should measure in this year, and then after several years we can measure. Is there any soil improvement in nutrients such as urea or other soil organics matter? But unfortunately, this is the first experiment, and we didn't have the information of the soil. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. And we still have time The second question maybe from the audience or from Zoom? Ada? From, okay, Pak Dr. Aidil, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you think multiple croppings? Okay, there's no difference with the single cropping. Will you consider about the fertilizer consumption efficiency if you do a multi-cropping instead of single cropping? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. A lot of question about the soil. Okay. Yeah. Is there any competition between single cropping and multi cropping? I acknowledged before that there is different physiological photosynthesis between corn and groundnut. Uh, we expect that there is no competition in nutrient, and we also reduce the amount of urea fertilizer in the groundnut production or the multi-cropping between groundnut and corn. So we did unfortunately again we didn't measure the soil and there is a composition or the reduction of the nutrient. But as we can see here, even though there is no significant, but in 2 rows of groundnut, the yield is a little bit higher, even though it's not significant. So I think there is a complementary, is not competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Edi dan Pak Aidil. Other question from the audience? We still have time about more or less 2-3 minutes. Any questions from others? So my question, Pak Edi. So this is only my point of view. Do you think is it possible to have like multiple cropping with grass for livestock or forestry? So it enables to integrated farming system, Pak Edi.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Priya. There is again depend on the grass type. But if the grass type similar to the corn, such as C4, which is needed the direct sunlight, I think there is a competition and there is not good combination or multi-cropping between grass and corn crop. And with the groundnut, I think it's a bit hard because groundnut is grown under or the canopy is lower than the grass. So I think it's a bit hard if it's multi-cropping with the grass for I can say the pasture crops. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Big applause to Pak Edi. Okay, so we move to another presenter. Yeah, we have Ibu Andini Tunggadewi SAMSE. So Bu Andini will present about physical conditions of filtrated wastewater from bakery household business. Yeah, Bu. Okay. Bu Andini, maximum 10 minutes for the presentation and then we continue with the discussion. Please, Bu Andini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon to you all. I am representative for my team that consists of me, Andini Tribuna Tunggadewi, and then Miss Riani Hidia, Walidatus Solihah, and Nur Azizah. And for this time, I will present our project about the wastewater filtration system. With the title Physical Condition of Filtrated Wastewater from Bakery Household Business. Next. Okay, this is an outline for my presentation today. As an introduction, next. As an introduction, wastewater is the residual water resulting from human activities in liquid form, contains chemicals that are difficult to remove and harms the environment if disposed of directly. The bakery household, as the object of our study, produce wastewater generally from the washing process of production equipment and rooms. The bakery, from small to medium scale, often dispose their wastewater into surrounding, and eventually it can pollute to the environmental. Okay. Encouraged by environmental law, so the wastewater from any human activities is necessary to treat waste. It is necessary to treat wastewater before disposal. So treating the wastewater. Treating the wastewater before it is discharged into the environment, becomes an important thing to do. Or as nowadays we know that reusing the filtrated wastewater also can be done for now for other non-consumption needs using a filtration system. And actually it is in line with issues in sustainable development goals, which it include in goals number 6 about clean water and sanitation, which aims to improve water quality by reducing by half the proportion of untreated wastewater through recycling to increase the efficiency of water use as we facing water scarcity in 2030. Therefore, as an early step in our research regarding wastewater filtration system, the purposes of this study that I present now are to identify the physical condition of wastewater and to treat it with filtration as a simple experiment and test the treated wastewater on the plants. Next. Okay, this is the research design for our study, for this study. So the first proposes the output of the first purpose is to get the most applicable filter media, media filter for processing processing the wastewater. And the output for the second purpose is to get to see to identify the effect of using processed water on the plants. Next. So the data collection. For data collection in our study, the wastewater we used was treated in 2 treatments. There are with dilution by adding tap water with ratio 1:1, and without dilution adding 100% wastewater. And then after that, each treated wastewater was filtered through two kinds of filters, as we seen in the picture, with different layers of media filter. As we can see in the picture, there are filter number 1 and number 2. And then after that, as for the effect of filtered wastewater was measured by conducting a test on plants from the growth weekly for 3 weeks. For the watering treatment for the plant, there are three treatments. The first one is 100% tap water, and then the second one is the mix. We are mixing the tap water and the treated wastewater 1:1, and then the last treatment we were using the treated wastewater 100%. For analysis, we were measuring the effect of the processed wastewater according to the plant growth rate. Next. Okay, based on the table for the result, based on the table, the physical condition of the filtered wastewater with dilution. Yeah, there are two treatments with dilution. By filter number two has a fairly good physical condition. As for the other, compared to the others, as we can see, from the color and from the texture itself, by visual, there are no sedimentation. There are no sediment in that filtered wastewater that is filter number two. But however, for the effectiveness of the filter, it need more analysis, so it can be more visible by reviewing others physical parameters such as TDS, TSS, also chemical and biological parameters, which it is not done in this study. Next. And for the treated wastewater test on plant, from the table, we can see that the third treatment, that is 100% wastewater, is the most highest plant. By the way, the plant that we are used is cayenne pepper, cabai rawit ya, cayenne pepper. So the most highest plant is in the treatment number P2 ya, P2 ya, perlakuan 2 P2. It is 100% wastewater. But if we see the graphic that show the growth rate, yeah, P1 or perlakuan 1 or the treatment is a mix, yeah, between tap water and wastewater. It has a more stable growth than the others. So we can say that that treatment is more not more, but better than the others. Next. Yeah. But however, to determine more precisely whether there is a real effect or not from the filtered wastewater on plants, further studies need to be carried out using statistical analysis. At last, to conclude this presentation, first, the treatment that is quite good to process by filtration is the treatment using filter media with materials such as palm fiber, zeolite, gravel, and anthracite. Or we can say that more media we are used, it will the better result we can get. And then second, the results of the process wastewater test on cayenne pepper plants showed that the plants could actually could grow at a fairly good growth rate, but it need statistical analysis any further. And then even so, there are several shortcomings that need to be followed up further to increase the validity of this study, including thoroughly analyze the quality of the bakery's wastewater, whether physical, chemical, and biological parameters, and then analyze the effect of treated wastewater on plant growth using statistical analysis, and the last, adding weeks of observation for tests on plants so that the observed data will be more valid in conducting randomized block design for statistical analysis. Next, for closing this presentation, here I show you a picture of the filtration system design that we are going to make. Our team and some students from our study program, and to continue this study in the context of research on wastewater filtration systems. I think that will be all from me. I apologize for any shortcomings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bu Andini, for the presentation. Please, any questions from audience? Okay. Dr. Tekat, please, Dr. Tekat.
Okay, thank you very much for uh, Mr. Andini. Mrs. I'm sorry, Astaghfirullahaladzim. Okay, okay, okay. Uh, Now I will know about BOD and COD on the water uh, after filtering system. Maybe any decrease or in the BOD or COD or etc. Okay, thank you.
Oh, langsung. Okay. Uh, Mr. Teka, thank you for the question. But as I said before, this is only early research, so we can say it is a experiment for preparing the research itself. So there are no, I'm sorry, there are no analysis for the biological or chemical parameters for this, but it is become our not consideration, but it is need to be analyzed for further studies. Thank you for the masukan.
Okay.
For the input. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Collaboration. Oh yes, of course. That will be that will be good for me and for us. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Tekat.
Thank you. So we have potential collaboration, yeah, among two study programs. Other question? Bu Novia jadi? Bu Novia? Okay.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. So I have a question in the technical process. Uh, at first is can we just use one materials in for the filtration?
Can you
One
repeat?
type. Can we use one material?
One material
For the process of filtration and
the media.
yeah.
Okay.
And the second one is actually I do this experiment too in my lab.
Yeah.
But I need at least 3 times of filtration from the tofu wastewater. So to make the black wastewater to become worthless, right? So how about this experiment? I want to know it.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Novia. Okay, so is there possible if we use only one material? Yeah, can you please switch to the slide that yeah, this data collection. Okay, so after we were after the experiment conducted, so we can as I said in the conclusion, more media the more media we are used, it is a better result we can get, because each media has a function, ya, they have punya fungsi sendiri gitu. Ada yang there are such as the gravel, it is for took the particle, and then for the palm fiber itu sapu ijuk ya, palm fiber, it is for the color also, yeah, the zeolite and the anthracite, it is for color. So the more media we are use, it will better we can get the result, I think, like that. And then the last slide, can you switch to last slide? Okay, as you can see in this filtration design, yeah, there are 4 container that will contain the wastewater. So the first container, this one, this is the for the pre-treatment. So the wastewater can mengendap first, and then after that the second and the third, this is the media filter. for the media field. So there are more than one filtration for this system. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Andini, for the presentation and also discussion. We give applause to Bu Andini. Okay, next presenter will be Pak Tommy Akvianto, SST Empar. Okay, you're coming from UNS. Okay, Pak Tommy will talk about the insignificant impact of eco green concept as a marketing strategy in the hospitality industry. So, Pak, we will have 10 minutes maximum for the presentation. Okay, please.
Okay, Dr. Priyat, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this occasion, I would like to present our research on behalf of my team. My name is Tommy Avianto. I would like to present the insignificant impact of eco-green concept as a marketing strategy in the hospitality industry. Okay, maybe next. Next. Well, when we're talking about the phenomena in this time, tourism activity is more and more growth, especially in Indonesia. And when we look at the eco green concept, many people, uh, many people agree that eco green concept will positively impact to the activity and also in tourism industry. If we see from this, tourism is now starting to become an activity in great demand. So there are many visitors come to Indonesia to see the tourist destination. And then if we know in East Java, Batu City is one of the city with the high growth for the tourists come to the East Java to Batu City, and various innovation and strategy also bring many company, especially in hotel or hospitality industry. And we make a research in Kampung Village. This is one of the hotel or village in Batu, and we want to this research aim to know is the applicant of the green hotel concept is the right strategy. Maybe next. So this in here we know that this study aims to identify the significance of the green concept itself as the marketing strategy to increasing the tourist willingness to pay more and more. For example, it can further analyze the influence and the green hotel concept as the marketing strategy accommodation business. Maybe next. Uh, Next. Yeah, according to the ASEAN Green Standard, we know that environmentally and adopt energy conservation measures. So, eco green concept is the hotel use environmentally and adopt the energy conservation. And maybe you can next. There are 4 indicators. Yeah, maybe next. Um, Next, there are 4 indicators. Yeah, this is the indicator of the eco green concept. The first is land use. The land use is a green open area. So the more open area is more eco green and building the layout of the building itself. The second one is building constructions. The building construction materials also we evaluate. So there's maybe less concrete, for example, and then also the hotel furniture. If the furniture use not green concept, so we evaluate that. And then the third one is energy efficiency. So the use of the energy in that hotel, indoor area and outdoor area. It means when the hotel more and indoor area, so they need more energy. And if they have more outdoor area, so the hotel or the company does need the electricity. And then the fourth or the last indicator is waste management. the garbage sorting, and the reuse activity. And we evaluate with the willingness to pay of the customers to pay more for the hotel. So the methodology we distribute to the visitors or the guests who stay at the hotel, and then when they check out, we distribute a questionnaire. The data analysis of the research is descriptive, quantitative, as I mentioned. So we distribute the questionnaire, and the relative and effective contribution were calculated to determine the composition of the effect of each independent variable. Maybe we can next. And the finding, yeah, this is the finding. We distribute to the respondents with male is 40%, and then female is around 56%, and then the ages is 30 to 35, the dominant, and then the education is undergraduate, because yeah, we know that East Java, Malang, and also Batu is dominated by the students, so this is the undergraduate students. And domicile or the location of the respondent is Malang. Sorry, others, but the highest is Malang. And then the occupation, maybe the private employee. And then the frequency, the repeater guests who come to the Kampung Lumbung. And the eco green concept itself, many visitors say that, yeah, they say give brand awareness to the visitors. So maybe you can next. Yes, if we can see from this one, from the four indicator, waste, land use, energy, and then the last one is dominated by very agree, because we know that there is a green, this one, and this one, this one, and this one. There are four indicator. So very agree that eco green concept is can apply in that hotel. But if we see from the willingness to pay more, uh, the dominant the data say that dominated by 46% is neutral, not agree or very agree. And then the second one is 30 is agree. Okay, we can next. Yeah, this is the number of willingness to pay. The willingness to pay one respondent to the 60 respondent. The average is around approximately 500,000 rupiah. The average, but the budget we can see from the number 1 till 60 is dynamic, and also the willingness to pay. The highest one is more than 800,000 rupiah. Okay, you can next. Yeah, this is the partial test for the four indicator. The positive significant only for the energy conservation, but the rest of the indicator positive, insignificant, and negative, insignificant. So we can see that only energy conservation that contribute positive significant. So the three or the rest is not insignificant. Okay, you can next. I think the same. In this number, only 30% by land use, building construction, energy conservation, and waste management. Meanwhile, approximately 70% were influenced by variable not explained in this study. So we not explore more about the approximately 70%, but only 30% can contribute to the willingness to pay. Okay, next. Okay, this is the conclusion. The potential increase in the business income from the tourist willingness to pay more in terms of economic value by 21% and quantitatively by 30% makes business people hesitate to transform the accommodation they manage to eco-friendly concept. So only 30% number. And then the highest investment cost that must be provided to make a hotel with an environmentally friendly concept is another reason for the lack of interest in the accommodation business in implementing the green hotel concept. For the properties that want to apply the green hotel concept, it is necessary to evaluate energy program that has been carried out so the green concept can be impactful strategy in their company. So I think that's all for the presentation, Dr. Priya.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Pak Tommy. Any questions from audience? Maybe from study program of ecotourism, Bu Helianti Dewi or Rini or other, please. Before Pak Aidil and Bu Novia, maybe I give first priority to the ecotourism study program. Okay, please, Bu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, I want to ask related with the green concept. You just adopt the concept, the variable, or you modification the green concept, and then your result can adapt to another place, destination, or just for that place only. Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's nice question. Well, I would like to say that this is only adapting the theory. The indicator we take the from the theory, the land use, and then the energy consumption, the waste management, and what the last one? Yeah, we just only take the theory, and the next question is the theory or the conclusion can generate maybe ecotourism. I think we need more we need more research to conclude that it can generate or not, because yeah, as I mentioned that we only distribute in one hotel. So I think I need or we need compare to other eco-friendly concept hotels so we can know the result. It is can impact or not to their property. I think that's my answer.
Okay, we still have 3 minutes. Thank you for the question and also the answer. Other question from the audience? Bu Bita, silakan.
Okay, thank you. What program can be implemented as a form of energy conservation and can increase economic value because you give
Mention?
you mention about the energy conservation. Yes.
Okay, for the energy conservation, the Ekolumbung village applied that there's like a campaign to the visitors or to the guests who come there to use the energy what we call it effectively. So if they don't use the maybe for example you don't use the air conditioner because Batu is the cold city, so they can turn off uh, the air conditioner, and also they not implement like water heater for not water heater coffee maker. They don't apply the coffee maker in this room because yeah, they want to make cost energy consumption. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the time is over. So we give applause to Pak Tommy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Tommy. So we have next presenter, Ibu Gilang Ayuning Tias, SPTMSI. So Bu Gilang will talk about carcass and meat quality traits of IPB D1 chicken on black soldier fly larvae dietary inclusion. Bu Gilang, maximum 10 minutes for the presentation and then continue with the discussion. Please, Bu.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Gilang from Sekolah Vokasi IPB with our team, Dr. Priya Sembada and Pak Danang Priyambodo. We will explain our research. The title is Carcass and Meat Quality Trait of IPBD1 Chicken on Black Soldier Fly Larvae or BSFL Dietary Inclusion. Yeah, as we know, Indonesia have a variety of native chicken. We have sentul, we have pelung, we have ayam kampung asli, etc. And IPB as the central, one of the central agricultural university, have developed a hybrid native chicken composite by sentul, pelung, ayam kampung, and kob is one of the strain of the broilers chicken. And native chicken also have a important role in society to fulfill the nutrition, especially protein, and also as a job creator. Then, as we know, one of the biggest challenges in poultry industry is the availability of the feedstuff sources. Indonesia, especially for protein feedstuff, still depend on import sector, especially fish meal, meat and bone meal. So this is important to us to think about how to stop import and make an alternative feedstuff protein base from local and also friendly to the environment. As a candidate, we have protein from the insect that nowadays widely used is black soldier fly larva. Yeah, black soldier fly larva in the beginning used as a bioconservation for organic waste. We can use organic waste from the kitchen, from the restaurant, and now also developed organic waste from the livestock. I mean, excreta or manure also can be a media of the bioconservation by the BSF. Nowadays, many research to find out what is the beneficial from BSF as a protein feedstuff, and many the various research show that BSFL can be replace the function of the fish meal and meat bone meal. But we also want to know what is the effect to the product. For example, to the meat or maybe to the egg. The product from the poultry. So this research conduct to determine the physical and also chemical quality of the local chicken meat, that giving the addition or substitution of BSF fly larva in the ration. Yeah, next. So this is our procedure in our research. First, we produce the ration. We call it magnesia 22. This is the product from LPDP, and now in these years we try to commercialization through program Kedai Reka. And then after we mix the ration, we have three treatment. The first TO is 0 BSFL, and then T15% substitution of BSFL, and the T3 is 7.5% addition BSFL. And then we use 515 IPBD1 chicken, and we divide it into 3 treatment and 3 repetition. Each treatment use this two kinds if this of this ration, and after 8, 9, and 10 of weeks of age, we slaughter this chicken, and we continue to the carcass analysis, physical and also chemical. In this research, we use statistical analysis, use one-way ANOVA, and also Taki test at 5 probability level. Okay, next. So this is our ration. As we know, the majority feedstuff for chicken is maize, and if we see at the meat and bone meal, don't use 0%, yeah, meat and bone meal for T2, T1, and T2 treatment. Okay, next. So this is our proximate analysis for the ration. Okay, next. Yeah, the figure one show us the rearing of the IPBD1 chicken, and after slaughter we produce carcass. Carcass means a chicken without feather, without blood, without head, and also without oval or the intestine, etc., and also without sang. Ya, we call ceker ya in bahasa Indonesia. Ceker. Okay, next. Okay, this is our first finding. We separated the female and also male chicken because female and male chicken have a different growth. As we can see in this graphic, the graphic A show that male chicken show the highest slaughter weight than the female chicken. So for the next step of our research, we separated chicken and also male and female chicken. And this is our finding that we have apa namanya published in our previous journal, and then we continue to the next finding. Yeah. So this is our main finding for this research. For the male of IPBD1 chicken have a significant carcass percentage in 10 weeks of age. Yeah, and in the 10 weeks of age, the carcass of T2 higher than T1. So it's mean the inclusion BSFL in ration can improve the carcass percentage of the male chicken of IPBD1 chicken. And also related to the carcass, we have a high percentage of a part of carcass. It's thigh and also leg. Thigh is paha atas, leg is drumstick or betis. that have higher percentage than T1 treatment. Okay, next. And for a female D1 chicken, we found a different trend that in as a statistical different effect show in weeks of 9 weeks of age. And also, as the trend before, the two treatment, the T2 treatments have the higher in the composition of breast, thigh, and also legs than T1 treatment. Okay, next. Yeah. Also, we conduct the proximate analysis for the meat and also the cholesterol. Meat is the source of the protein, as we know. So I will highlight the protein content. A male chicken have a higher protein content at 10O, and in general, the protein content is insignificant. And if we compare to other local chickens, this protein content in all treatment more higher. It means IPB D1 chicken with the inclusion ration of BSFL can have a higher protein content than the others. And okay, for the fat, nah, this is if we see in the fat content also tend to increase. Yeah, as we know that our BSFL that we use in this research is full fat. BSF have a higher fat content that it will be effect on the fat content of this ration, so also can be effect on the product. I mean, in this context is meat. Yeah, so okay, if we see from this chemical analysis, we conclude that BSFL have a potential as feedstuff, especially to replace the role of the fish meal and also um, meat bone meal for native chicken. And also we found that similar carcass yield in all experimentation at age 8 and 9. Sorry, it's wrong. And at 10 weeks, we found a significant effect of BSFL in a male chicken, IPBD1 chicken. In terms of meat quality, BSFL inclusion in chicken feed increase total fat percentage. It just because we use full fatted BSF. And however, there was the significant difference in terms of protein content. We suggest for our next research is we try to reduce the fat content in the BSF. We can use defeated BSFL, or maybe we can also try to isolate what kind of the functional component on the BSFL, so we can more strike to the what is the function, and we can use to strengthen fit in the poultry. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bu Gilang, for the presentation.
Yeah.
So we still have time for one question. Any questions? Okay, Pak Dr. Tekat, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the chance for me. I want to get a question to Mrs. Gilang. I'm sorry. if we know if the PSF if the some fat and if we use the fat to be uh, saturated fatty acid, the saturated fatty acid can uh, become an antibiotic. Maybe we can collaborate it, or if you know about the how to use the saturated fatty acid to our chicken feed, I think this is we will know how to use it and what the might be the effect. Okay, this is my question, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tekat, for the question. Yeah, uh, uh, yeah, that's 100% I agree with you that the BSFL have a potential in unsaturated fatty acid and also uh, of yeah more journals also research about that the uh, it's more effective if we use the isolation from the BSFL. For example, the unsaturated fatty acid can we use as a biofeed additive or functional feed. I believe, yeah, we can develop that because this unsaturated fatty acid uh, can lead immunology, improve the immune system of the chicken especially, but we can but now we don't have like the proven, yeah, the proven how is the reaction for the native chicken, because more journal is research to ayam ras, yeah, for example layers chicken and broilers chicken. It will be interesting we if we look to our native chicken, how is the reaction especially for immune system. Yeah, thank you very much Dr. Tekat for the question and suggestion. Yeah, okay, thank you Pak Priya.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Gilang, and also Pak Tekat for the question. Uh, so the time is over. We give applause to Bu Gilang. Okay, so I think Pak Tekat will collaborate with all of us, hopefully. Uh, so we will have next presenter, Pak Ahmad Sairoji SSMSC. Okay, Pak Ahmad from UNS also, Pak Ahmad. Okay, Pak Ahmad will talk about the opportunity of eco-spa wellness tourism development in Surakarta, Indonesia. Pak Ahmad, maximum 10 minutes for the presentation and then continue with discussion. Please, Pak Ahmad.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Bapak Priya Sembada as a moderator for panel session today, this afternoon. And also thank you very much for participants who are joining in this room. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Sairoji, and I come from UNS. And let me deliver one research that it can conduct it conducted from team. The first writer is Teria Adiwijaya, and then second me myself Ahmad Seroji, and then the third writer Jimmy Sandi Prasetyo, and also fourth Tommy Akvianto, and the last Nanang Wijayanto, with the title "The Opportunity of Eco Spa Wellness Tourism Development in Surakarta, Indonesia." Next, please. Yes. In few years ago, we know that COVID-19 outbreak has made health and safety a top priority for tourists. This is why we as the researcher conducted this research, because we need solution for tourism in pandemic era. In this case, the trend of wellness tourism has the opportunity to become one of the main motivation for traveling. So we know that the impact of COVID-19 outbreak many industries, and also for tourism industries. So why we have a solution, and we think that wellness tourism is one of the solution for traveling, both domestic or foreign, on the grounds that the tourism concept provides great benefits for health of tourists. Then second reason why we take this kind of theme, Pathfinder Wellness 2015 released the Wellness Travel Report, which state that the global wellness industries experienced 74% growth in 2010 and 2013. And also, wellness have a wisdom. Wisdom as form of attitude to identify local culture. Especially, let me tell you that in Surakarta or Solo, maybe here are confused with the name of Surakarta and Solo, right? Yes, Solo is the popular name of Surakarta. Yes, then the Surakarta is administratively named. Sometimes we simply call the city Solo. Yes. Solo has many wellness tourism experience, and also the ingredients of making spa, making wellness tourism activities, and also is provided in Surakarta or Solo. And also it has a recreational experience that offer comfort on refreshing the body and mind while still being based on local culture. Next. And why we choose Baluarti village as the locus of our research? Because in Baluarti village uh, is close to Keraton Kasunanan Surakarta, or we call it in English Surakarta Sunanate Palace. This is the residence of a king of Surakarta. In Yogyakarta, we call Sultanate Palace, but in Surakarta, Sunanate Palace. And Baluarti is the area near the close to the Sunanate Palace. Why we call Baluarti? I derive from the Portuguese, from the Greek. I mean, no, from the Portuguese, it means the Baluarte. The meaning is fortress. Baluarte is fortress. Uh, while in the Japanese is in this castle wall Baluarte is the boundary of the palace, which on the inside the palace is the residence of the king and his family, or we call it Sentono Dalam. And also it has many potential for developing wellness tourism. And we know that wellness tourism makes a sizable contribution along with other sub industries related to wellness, namely mind and body wellness, healthy eating, nutrition, and weight loss, and also preventive and personalized medicine. In the future, it's suspected that wellness tourism will grow 9% annually, or it can be said that growth wellness tourism will faster than global tourism growth. Next. Yes, the methodology we use for this research is descriptive, qualitative, and also we use SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. It's just to map the potential attractiveness of tourism in Baluarte Tourism Village. So that this potential are then analyzed for the development of a new wellness tourism product. And also we conducted interviews, in-depth interviews, and also FGD focus group discussion, and also literature study. Next. Now, this is the result and discussion. The idea of the Americans of development of potential for wellness tourism was due to the habits and custom of Baluarti people. We know that Baluarti people, we is it called courtiers, or in Javanese we call abdi dalam, because they live near or close with Keraton Kasunanan Surakarta or Surakarta Sunanit Palace. And also, starting from the living culture of the courtiers, this first finally adapted with a little modification so that it could be used as a wellness tourism attraction in Baluarti Tourism Village. That's the reason why we conduct this research in Baluarti Village, because the people from the custom and tradition. Next. Based on the existing potential various wellness tourism, we find four aspects or elements that you can take for the potential of wellness tourism activities. The one is walking tour to Dalam. We call it Dalam because this is Prince residence. And also second, dances. Third, jamuan means jamu. And also the last is lulur, scrubs. And described as follows. Walking tour to Dalam Prince. This tour package can be said to be cultural educational tourism product. This is quite popular with tourists because by choosing this type of tour, they feel they have a lot of knowledge about the historical backgrounds of Princess residence. There are many heritage building. There are many legacy in the area of Kraton or Sunanit Palace. Then the Dalam is very phenomenological for me because there are many philosophy of that building. So I think that this package can be attractive for tourists to be the activities of tourists coming from domestic or foreign tourists. The next activity is dances. It can be said that to be traditional Japanese dance because this dance originates from cultural tradition within the Surakarta Sunat Palace. All movement of the hands, feet, body, and head have their own meaning and philosophy. The movement is in this traditional Japanese dance is full of Japanese cultural message, so that it does not symbolize a mere physical activity, but also contains elements of sport, taste, and rhythm. Next, the third is the jamuan, or we call it in English traditional drinks. Jamu is the name of Japanese for medicine made from original plant ingredients from nature that do not use a chemical as additive. So why we choose this kind of activities, drinking jamu and then making jamu? Because this is including friendly environment. It means the ecosystem is friendly ecosystem because jamu do not use the chemical ingredients. According to old Javanese linguists, the term of jamu comes from the old Javanese jampi or usodo, which means healing using medicinal herbs as well as prayers and spell. Now the last is lolor or scrub. Scrub is type of traditional cosmetic made from fruits and spices, which are very useful for maintaining the beauty and smoothness of the skin. Usually, uh, roller is usually used by the women, I think, but also many of men also use the scrub for smoothing the skin. The benefits obtained from using scrub are that the body becomes fresh and the skin is tight, clean, smooth, and radiant. Next. Yes, we come to the conclusion. Baluarti Tourism Village has various attractions that can be enjoyed by tourists. One of these attraction is well tourism attraction and wellness tourism activities Baluarti. Tourism village include dalam Prince Walking Tour, Chains, Cejamuan, and Lulur. Dalam or Prince Residence Walking Tour activity provides education to tourists and to enjoy various historical building in the palace environment and feel the atmosphere of life during the royal period through storytelling from the guide. And then the next wellness tourism attraction and activities change where the various movement have a philosophy. Roso, Rogo, and Iromo sport become one unit in creating dynamic movement. And then the Jamuan is one of the interesting activities for wellness tourism, where tourists are invited to make the jamu traditionally and then enjoy it. And then, in contrast to herbal medicine, the attraction and activities of scrub that are served to tourists are not of the ingredients preserved from the ships passed down from generation to generation. It has distinctive ingredients and the technique of wiping the body, and that is still traditional, so that tourists feel traditional body care. So wellness tourism in Baluarti village is an alternative tour as the that has cultural value. So that these tourism activities help preserve ancestral heritage and able to mobilize community participation in Baluarti tourism village, both from economic and social cultural perspective. And I think that's all that I can deliver for this presentation this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ahmad Seroji SSMSJ. Any question from audience or maybe from apa, online? There's no question from online. From offline, okay, Ibu Dewi silahkan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dewi. I'm from SV-IPB. I just want to know what is the different, a substantial difference about uh, eco spa and spa as usual.
Okay.
Just one. Thank you.
Just one. Thank you, Bu Dewi from IPB. That's a good question. Why we choose the name of Eco Spa for wellness tourism? Because we know that in many cities, especially also in Solo, uh, has many services of spa industries, spa services in many place. But mostly, I can guarantee that they use the original or natural ingredients. Maybe they use chemical ingredients. Why? So that's why we choose eco, because it can be taken from that village, the ingredients, and I guarantee that the ingredient is natural ingredients. So this is eco spa from natural resources. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pak Dr. Ideal as our next presenter will talk about its soils and mineral soils affect the level of carbohydrates, nitrogen, phosphorus, and also potassium in sago palms. Pak Ideal, a maximum 10 minutes for the presentation. Please, Pak Ideal.
Okay, thank you, Pak Priya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Today I will show you some data of our field survey in Indonesia. So specifically on carbohydrate, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium concentration in sago palm growing in a different soil condition. First in soil, pit soil, and another one in mineral soil. Okay, sago palm that we have here is sago metroxylon sago that we consume the starch. In case of another metroxylon genus like Coleococcus, American, Vitiens, Salmonens, Warburgi, like in Papua New Guinea area, they contain a very small amount of carbohydrate. So we are very lucky to have this kind of a species in Indonesia. It's up to 300 kilogram of dry starch per trunk, per plant. You can imagine it's quite a high amount of starch content. In case of sago palm, we can see they grow mostly from the sucker. The sucker is a small plant growing from the mother plant. In case of Coleococcus, they don't have a sucker. They only single trunk, single plants. So different. We can see a morphologically clear from the plant. Next, please. Okay, if we our sago, yeah, the size of the fruit is much smaller compared to the other metroxylons. So our sago can be cultivated using the sucker or small seedlings, or we can use the seed. Instead of a Coleococcus, they only can be cultivated using the seed only, not the seedlings. Okay, next. Well, in Indonesia, almost in all area of Indonesia, we can find sago. However, the biggest uh, area where we cultivate sago is located in Sumatra, in Sumatra Island, especially in Meranti. This is Meranti Island. This is one of the biggest sago production in here, in Meranti. And another location is in Papua, but however, in Papua still sago forest, only small area handle professionally with sago cultivation. Okay, next. So what I have done is I took a sample because of course the sago starch concentration in every location is different. So in this study, I did the survey in two different locations. First in Sumatra Island, especially in Meranti, and another one is in West Java, in Bogor. So in case of the pit soil, mostly sago palm growing in this area is in pit soil with a very low pH. It's up to 3.7. Yeah, about 3.7 up to 4, not over than 4. In case of in West Java mineral soil, the soil pH is 5, so it's much better compared to in pit soil. However, although the environment condition is not good enough for other crops such as rice and then palm oil, for example, compared to mineral soil. However, this plant still can survive and produce starch for us. So it's unbelievable. We have a very prospective, promising plant for providing food for us. Next. So what we found here is the plants growing in pit soil, of course, they have a much lower non-structural carbohydrate levels, yeah, compared to those who are growing in the mineral soil. You can see the gray color compared to white color. White color is mineral soil, and the gray color is in pit soil. This is in the petiole here, and then however, surprisingly, the plant growing in the pit soil, they accumulate higher carbohydrate level in the sorry okay, in the roots. And you can see here much higher concentrations of carbohydrate in the roots compared to the plants growing in the mineral soil. Okay, if you look at the trend of the starch concentration distributions, and here the plants growing in the mineral soil accumulate a much higher uh, carbohydrate or starch concentration in the bottom part. For example, in the 1 meter from the bottom of the plant, and then in the top part. However, in the peatland, the sago accumulate much higher trunk, I mean starch level in the trunk in the middle part compared to other two parts. Okay, and here nitrogen concentration also much lower in the peat soil, of course, because low nutrient levels in the peat, and also phosphorus level also lower in the peat soil. However, surprisingly, sago palm can accumulate a much higher potassium levels in the trunk when they grow in the peat soil compared to mineral soil. So this is a problem actually. Sago palm growing in the peatland because of the pH level is much lower compared to mineral soil, so that the efficiency of the plant to absorb phosphorus is very low. So we need to support by increasing the pH level first uh, by the applications of how to say the remaining ways of the uh, what we call product of the palm oil, yeah, like broilers. Here we can apply here to increase the soil pH. Okay, we believe that if we can maintain a good phosphorus level in the soil and in the plant, it may affect the starch or carbohydrate level in the plant. So we can conclude that, of course, the carbohydrate level we cannot expect much higher compared to mineral soils. However, economically, until now, the private companies still cultivate sago palm in peat soil, and it still works. And although other carbohydrate levels in the petiole trunks much lower in the peatland, however, this plant have the how to say serve what the strategy to be survive to grow in the poor soil by increasing the higher carbohydrate level in the roots. And also, of course, in the peat soil, nitrogen and phosphorus is a problem because they cannot absorb well. However, potassium level is much higher compared to in mineral soil. This is my uh, end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Aidil, for the presentation. So, any question from here, from online? There's no question. We still have 5 minutes here, and Pak Tekat, oh, Pak Tekat terus nih. Oh, okay. Maybe others. Any questions from others? Pak Aidil, I have a small question for you. I don't know. Actually, I don't really understand about the topic, but do you think that sago palms cultivated in peat soils can affect the utilization of the product? I mean, like the presentation mentioned by Prof. Suzuki, now the product will be used as like healthy foods, and in the future will be biofuel, etc. So regarding your findings, it can affect the utilization in the future like biofuels or others?
Well, anyway, this is very promising plant. They can grow in very deep peat soil, even up to 10-meter depth of the peat. If we grow palm oil, of course, it's not really eco-friendly. Of course, if we expect the yield, of course, they cannot compete with those growing in mineral soil like in Papua, if we compare the yield. However, it's still promising plan economically, because until now, like one of the private company belong to Sampurna company is still running with this business. I think it will be okay in the future.
Okay, maybe other question from the audience. Nah, gitu dong. Oke, please Pak Undang. Oh bukan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the chance. I'm sorry because I do not know about sagu, but I will ask to Mr. Aidil how to make a sagu become a industrial system, cropping system like corn, groundnut, or etc. Because I think the sagu is very important to improve the production. Okay, maybe this is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Patekat, for the question. Of course, as a scientist, we cannot work alone. We need many stakeholders. The problem is many scientists, we work hard with how to develop a great technology for sago palm cultivation. However, in another case, we in Indonesia, sago palm is still less popular compared to other crops producing starch like rice, cassava. Uh, yeah. Until now, we are trying to give how to say to promote sago palm in many forums. We need the support from government, of course, because the location is quite far. We need a good infrastructure to transport, because we have like Ehara Sensei talk. We have over 2 million hectares of sago palm. The problem is how to take them all out from Papua. That's the problem. How? Because we don't have the access to access all the plants there. I think yeah, that's my answer. Thank you.
Is there any questions from audience here, Bu Novia?
Okay, thank you for the chance. So I would like to ask about the conclusion part. My question is the root and trunk is like a what is it? Berbanding terbalik, because if it is high for the carbohydrate level in the roots, so the trunk and pedicles are low, and it is for the other side in the mineral soil. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So this is the value I conclude that per gram, not per amounts of the. Of course, there is compared to trunk much lower starch content in the roots, but if we compare per samples, like a 5 milligram sample dry matter from roots compared to trunk, of course, I can get, because the biomass in roots is much lower compared to trunk as well. That's one of the. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Tekat, Bu Novia, for the questions. And Pak Aidil, we give applause, Pak Aidil. Okay, thank you, Pak. So we move to the next presenter, Ibu Lisa, ya. Ibu Lisa Firhani Rahmani, SPMSI. And yeah, we'll talk about the exploration of the eco-agrotourism perception as a new environmental paradigm among the urban community in tourism village in Bogor City, ya Bu. Maximum 10 minutes, Ibu, for the presentation. Time
Okay.
is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Priya, for the opportunity, and ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants and also the audience. Let me introduce myself. I'm standing here in front of you all as the representative of our research team, which is consists of Dr. Helianti Dewi, and then Dr. Rini Untari, me myself, and then Bu Bita Retnawati, Dr. Bita, and also Mr. ICAS Sartika. The title that I want to deliver to you is about the explorations of the eco-agritourism perception as a new environmental paradigm among the urban community and tourism village in Bogor City. Well, I would like to ask you one question. Who has been lately feel very tired and and wants to take a break from all the activities? So, Dr. Aidil, you have been raised your hand, right? And I think most of us feel tired, and the answer is maybe we need a vacation. So we need vacation, and one of the focus, and I want to tell you about the perceptions of the tourists in the tourism village, especially in Bogor City. So, would you please? Okay. So, for the introductions, I would like to explore about the concept of the agro-ecotourism as a new paradigm in the managing tourism village in the Bogor City. And then the second one is about the community perceptions about the tourism village that are very important to know to increase the community participation. So the words eco itself consists not only about the ecological but also consists about the participation and sustain the management of the tourism village. And then the third one is about the eco agrotourism is an agrotourism concept that develop in agricultural areas so that the agricultural land is not only as the a provider of food commodities, but also for the enjoyment and then also the appreciation of the natural and cultural environment, ecological sustainability, economic development, and promoting the cultural of local communities. So there are many functions that are related to the eco-agrotourism. Okay, next. Okay, the concepts of the eco-agrotourism is one of the strategies to link the tourism with the services and then products and experiences to increase the satisfaction not only for the visitor but also for the farmers and tourists, which has an impact on the food security. So it has been two kind of benefit, not only to increase the satisfaction but also the impact on the food security. And then the second one is about the development of eco-agritourism has a great potential to be implemented in Bogor City. As you know, that Bogor has several places that can be visited as a very great potential to become a tourism destination. And then the third one, that Bogor, our city, our beloved city, which is close to the country's capital, continues to innovate in the aspect of developing tourism destination, by providing various alternative tourist attractions. So Bogor has very uh, very much places to visit, as you know. Okay, because the people from Jakarta and several areas around the Bogor, such as in Jabotabek, also come to Bogor to have a vacation, also a holiday in the Bogor. Okay, next please. Okay, this is our research purposes. The first one is about to how to analyze the potential tourism resources, and then the second one is about the analysis of the people perceptions of the benefit of the ecotourism management, and also the analysis of people perceptions of the impact of eco agrotourism activities. Right, and then the method. The research was conducted in 3 places. The first one is Sawang Eling Tourism Village, and then the second one is Mulia Harja Village and Rancamaya Durian Village. These 3 village tourism village are located in Bogor, which is it's part of the 7 tourism villages that are confirmed by the mayor of Bogor through the decree that are released in March 2020 and 2022 that concerning about the village determination tourism in Bogor City. So our major is very concerned about the tourism destination. So that's why it's also supported by Dinas Pariwisata and Kebudayaan Kota Bogor. Okay, next. The potential of tourism village, as I said before, there are the potential resources found in the tourism village must be developed as a tourist attractions because some of the tourism destination has a very specific uh, attraction. For instance, like Ranca Maya has a very various kind of type durian, so the visitor can taste many kind of varieties of durian and others fruits. And then Saung Eling has a agricultural land for the most people. The most people of Saung Eling is work as farmer. And also the animal husbandry is also one of the potential utilized by the community for the economy. And then the Racamaya, I said before, has a durian and bananas. That the diversity of durian types in Kampung Rancamaya has been the coast. The area is known as the Kampung Durian Rancamaya. So it's very familiar and famous Kampung Durian. And then the third one is about the Mulia Harja village has a rice field landscape which with the view of Mount Salak. So it's very beautiful. The terrace farming system that forms rice field has a height attractions for tourists, and also it has been said that Mulia Harja is similar to Ubud. So you don't have to go far to Bali because Bogor also has Mulia Harja. It's very similar. So when you see about the spider web, it consists of two kind of this variable. The blue one is tells us about the natural resources, and then the red one is about the cultural resources. So you can see the spreads of the variable that consists the natural resources. The variables about the landscape and view, and also the agricultural lands, how about the water, and then typical of the geological structure, and then the wildlife, and also cultivation flora or fauna. So meanwhile, the cultural resources is consists about the art and then the craft, and also the worship place, community life, and then the inheritance or the heritage, and also the relics. And the number 6 is about the regional language and also the script. Okay, next. The method itself that this research was conducted in the period of February until the April 2023, and it's conducted in located in Bogor. That because Bogor has the represent of agriculture-based tourism development, and the primary data is also collected through the questionnaire from the community respondent, which are using the purposive simple random sampling. And then respondent criteria are people that involve in the tourism management, both active and also passive participants. The questionnaire was designed according to the one indicator scoring system method. And then this descriptive analysis also used the spider diagram, as you can see in the previous slide, to see the better picture of the condition of each parameter. Okay, and then the Kruskal-Wallis, it's also become the method that we use to see the similarities in respondent perception regarding to the expectation and also the impact of tourism management at the research location. Okay, so we jump to the result. Thank you. Okay, the table 1 tells us about the potential benefit that to be achieved As you can see at the table, so this shows that in increase in foreign language skills is highly expected. This is not yet happen among the community because the eco tourism, eco agrotourism is also, wants to increase the participations of the people. In addition, after we conduct the questionnaires, also tells that personal benefits obtained by the having a tourism village are mainly to be able to interact with other people from outside, increase the knowledge, and also get the opportunity to run a tourism business. Okay, next, the table 2 about the expected social benefits shows that there are no similarity in the perceptions of respondent in the three kinds of location of the tourism village regarding to the social benefit. But if you can see that nonetheless the hope of getting to know each other among between the community member, intensifying interaction, and also in being more productive in doing business can be seen in the three tourism village. Okay, next, the table 3 about the expected cultural benefits. There's no similarity in perceptions about the respondents said in the three location regarding to the social benefit. However, the hope to developing positive attitudes in interacting, it's become once we want to take a look about the improving environmental quality that are mentioned in the research. Okay, next. And then the table 4 is also tells us about the environmental impact because the respondents in the three location did not have the same perception as I said before. Not much impact on the environmental quality. So that for the table 4 and then table 5, please. Okay, table 5 is about the level of the community participation. So the table 5 show that the respondents in the three location do not have the same perception. But the greatest similarity in perception is about the participation of a tour guide or interpreter and accommodation provider. So it will we want to tell you that these perceptions and the profession of guiding and establishing homestay, like providing lodging and also food and beverage, it becomes can be developed by the community to increase the visitors number. Okay, and then next, this is the table 6 about the additional income. You can see that the value of income earned is about around 500,000 rupees in a month that only earn in the certain times such as weekend or holiday. So we want to tell you that the highest earns that they have is in the weekends and also the holidays. Okay, this is right next the recommendation. As you can see that the improvement in the community tourism in Mulia Harja, Song Eling, Lancamaya tourism to participate more in development of eco-agotourism, and development of the agotourism must be able to create jobs because this business can absorb labor from the rural communities to reduce the increasing flow of urbanization. And then the third one is about the benefit that we can obtain from the agrotourism, such as the preserving the natural resources, preserving the local technology, and increasing the income of the farmers community around the tourism location. Okay, the fourth one about the recommendation that the facilitation and assistance from the various stakeholder also needs to be carried out so that the agrotourism development can be optimized in the three research location. And then the last one, that the facilitation is expected to improve the quality of human resources and strengthening the business orientation of agrotourism business managers, starting from the farmers, also the agrotourism entrepreneurs, household business, and also the small and agro-industrial businesses. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention. I give it back to Mr. Priya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Lisa, for the presentation. We still have. Oh, okay, sorry, the time is up, so we do not have questions from the audience. Thank you, Bulisa. Give applause to Bulisa. Okay. Okay, thank you. And then we move to the next presenter, Pak Undang. Kami mengundang Pak Undang. Okay, Pak Undang, we'll talk about yield evaluation of IPB Cayenne ya bacanya Pak. Cayenne pepper atau cabai rawit ya. Cabai rawit to registration variety. Pak Undang, the floor is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Priya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all participant. I will present yield evaluation of IPB cayenne pepper in Indonesia cabai rawit Capsicum annum to registration variety. I am Unda, plant breeding and biotechnology, seed technology study program. The team Muhammad Sukur, Yudiwanti Wahyu, Abdul Qadir, Department of Agronomy and Horticulture, Faculty of Agriculture, Bogor Agricultural University, Siti Marwiyah, Uding Sastrawan, from College of Vocational Study, Bogor Agricultural University. Next. The background is research. Indonesia superior seasonal vegetable commodity harvest are 102,87 hektar ya, production of 1.34 million ton ya, Central Statistic Agency. Two, demand for chili konsumsi 1.8 kilogram per capita per year per one Ministry of Agriculture. Three, yield potential improvement are increased through plant breeding by development new superior variety. Four, prospective variety to be released must go through of adoption testing process and compare with comparison variety that have been released. Next. The objective, the aim of study was to evaluate the yield and from performance of various effective line of IPB cayenne pepper or cabai rawit for variety release. Hypothesis, there are one or more of cayenne pepper that have better yield than comparison variety. Two, there are one or more strain of cayenne pepper that have different performance from the comparison variety. The next. Research method, experiment design in feed design by randomized complete block design, one factor in mathematical model in this presenter. Next. Data analyze to analyze data, quantitative data by Microsoft Excel and PKBT stat 3.1 analysis Minitab 18. Qualitative character data presented by descriptive character. Next. In this result and discussion, general condition and research. Yeah. In this nursery, the under pest and disease, the harvesting in field. Okay, next. The analysis in this recapitulation of quantitative character varied or value, the all character significant on 1% and 5%, but the productivity, the all character not significant. Okay, next. The quantitative character varied value for length, fruit stack, fruit diameter, and fruit press. In this, the tester seven varietas in IPB, the same yeah, more than the Jenny and Bara. Jenny is benih Citra Asia in Jember and Bara window is West Indonesia. Next. The correlation between quantitative character
the all character is significant or information in this presentation. The next, this qualitative character in apa leaf, flower, and fruit. Next. Okay. In this, the seven of variety of IBB. Performance and two tester ya in this commercial variety Jenny and Bara. Okay. Conclusion: the Cayenne paper genotype has been flowing at band high yield, maybe more than 7 ton per hectare, and early egg atau genjah ya, maybe 16 day after transplant. There are different and qualitative character between the test line and comparison variety. Berikutnya. Okay, thank you. The research, the funding by Hibah Vokasi, IPB University. Okay, thank you. Then.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Undang, for the presentation. Any question from audience, please? There's no questions from audience. Okay, we give applause to Pak
Okay,
Undang.
thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And we move to the last but not least presenter, Dr. H. Jaya Surya Wijaya. Saya lupa namanya, Pak Surya Kusuma Wijaya nama panjangnya.
Okay,
Pak
thank you.
Dr. H. Surya Wijaya Kusuma, silakan. Balik.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the time. I will deliver a presentation about the utilization of ruminant waste microorganism in a simple co-composting method in bioremediation of used oil contaminated soil. In here, used oil is oli bekas, and then the material is soil, tanah. This is our team. Next. Nah, the lead is Ivan Wulandari Budharto. I am the second one, and my name is Surya Kusuma Wijaya, because if Wijaya Kusuma is name of flower, my name is Surya Kusuma Wijaya, and I call Jaya. And then the third is Dr. Hewan Dwi Budiono. Next. Okay, this is increase in vehicle ownership is directly proportional to increase of lubricant oil usage, and then makes a lot of use oil. Continuous utilization of oil result in massive amount of used oil waste, and then one of the dangerous component is TPH, total petroleum hydrocarbon. And then in this research, the basic concept of bioremediation is to recover all of organic matter using the biological activity of microorganism, nutrient, electron donor, and acceptor, which contribute to the hydrocarbon degradation. Next. Nah, this is the aim of the study. The study was to analyze the success of co-composting method in remediating pollutant. Um, in this study, the pollutant is used oil by using ruminant waste and leaf litter, sampah, towards composting process of used oil contaminated soil by using rotary aerobic composter. This is scale laboratorium research in School of Vocation Study, IPB. Next. This is the method. we gather the ruminant waste fermentation from the cattle manure and sheep manure, and then is weighed as much as 5 kilo, and then add it with water with a volume up to 30 liters, and then we collect the liquid from ruminant waste fermentation, and then in the right side we can see the blue barrel. That's we preparing biomass waste, including 1.95 kilogram of soil, and then 500 milliliter of used oil waste, limbah oli bekas, and 1 kilogram of litter, and then 2 kilogram of ruminant livestock manure, and 150 milliliter of natural agriculture EM4 bioactive matter. And then the bioremediation stage is carried out by mixing them all in the bucket, and then left for 10 days for fermentation process. And then no, go back. And then after that, we take bacterial isolation and then identification test. What is microbiological exist in that fermentation? After that, we did contaminated soil character test like pH, temperature, color, and texture, and other. Next. This is result. We collect the material, and then we do the identification for bacterial, and then we found that as many 14 isolates from the material like Bacillus, Lactobacillus, Escherichia, Nitrococcus, Pseudomonas, Leuconostoc, Nitrosomonas, Staphylococcus, Proteus, Streptococcus, Clostridium, Staphylococcus, Shigella, Citrobacter, and Enterococcus. That's bacteria is usually in soil. And then that's microbes. We thought that that microbes consume hydrocarbon from the used oil, and then they do some metabolite like process the used oil, and then which can be CO2 gas, and then CO2 gas would react with H2O and then produce acid, then will decrease the pH. Next. This is the temperature parameter from composting. We can see that the temperature is going down, up, and then the high peak in day 7, around 30 degrees of Celsius. The increase in temperature in the third, 5, and 5th, and 6th, and 7th observation days indicated that the toxicity degradation process of volatile compound is running optimally. And then the decrease is because that biodegradation activity by microorganism shrinks because the organic matter is lost. And then this is the temperature, and in the right we can see the humidity. The humidity is going down in 10 days of observation. We can see the humidity almost 40%. During the co-composting process, the moisture content decreased due to evaporation, like that. Next. This is a parameter of pH. The result of the co-composting showed that fluctuation of the pH, but in the end of research, we seen that the pH is in 7, around 7 pH. Increasing of a pH value indicated that increase in microorganism activity and its production, while decreasing pH value was caused by nitrate formation as result of H plus releasing during via nitrification. Next. And then this is the color, texture, and parameter. Before we mix all of the ingredients, use oil is smell like gasoline because it's from the earth. And then after fermentation, the color, odor, texture, parameter, and intermediate compost have fulfilled the quality characters of compost based on SNE 1970, 30, and 2004. The characteristic is blackish color, low soil texture, and dominant soil odor. The change in color compost were caused by microorganisms that could decompose well organic material, and then the odor remediate compost has changed from dominant odor soil and IE4 to dominant odor soil. And then texture that the remediate compost changed from sandy loam to loam, which indicated that compost texture was optimal because it had enough cavities to store nutrients. Next. And then this is our experience from the compost that we make from the remediation soil. Nah, we use that soil to grow the red spinach plant. This is with treatment in the left, and then without treatment in the right. Without treatment, there is no use oil in there. With treatment, we put use oil, and then we can see this is after 10 days. We make the soil, and then the soil we put the red spinach plant, and then observation to the day 1, day 3, day 7, day 5, day 7, and then we can see the temperature in the left with treatment, and in the right without treatment. We can see that the temperature is close to same, and then humidity and is also same. No. The humidity is higher than with treatment, but we can see that with treatment, number of plant is high, and then the number of leaf is high too. In day 7, the plant have 4 leaf, and we can see that without treatment in day 7, the number leaf is only 2. Then this represents that the application of compost application from remediation of use oil polluted soil has characteristics of temperature, pH, humidity that are suitable to support the productivity of red spinach plant growth. Next. This is the conclusion. Use oil, contaminated soil, remediation with the composition of litter, compost, and ruminant livestock manure. Use rotary aerobic composter has good organic material characteristic in degrading toxicity of contaminated soil pollutant compounds, and it can be application of compost to according to red spinach growth. Thank you for IPB School of Vocation to found this research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Surya Kusuma Wijaya. Any questions from audience? No questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, we give applause to Dr. Surya Wijaya.
Thank you.
Before we leave,
Maybe we can take a picture together ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you very much for the presentation and also discussion. I hope everything is okay for all of us and kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. We close this presentation and also discussion with by saying Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Oke, saya kembalikan kepada MC. Nggak ada MC-nya, berarti ke Butonya untuk pengumuman-pengumuman besok barangkali ada ya. Bapak Ibu jangan lupa besok itu nanti ada pengumuman presenter terbaik. Jadi harap tetap hadir mengikuti secara online. Besok full online ya Bu Tonya ya. Penanya terbanyak juga. Nanti kita kasih kolaborasi terbaik ya. Oke, terima kasih. Mohon maaf. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak Priya. Saya ucapkan selamat ya. Congratulations for all of the presenters today. We give applause for all of you all for giving your best work. And also thank you for all of the committee here that help us with all the tears and sweat. Thank you so much. Yeah, maybe some announcement for tomorrow. Oh yeah, for not for tomorrow, but also for all 2 days. Today and tomorrow, you can have your link of attendance. We have shared it on the WhatsApp group. Ini ngapain pakai bahasa Inggris ya? Oh, ada yang di online ya benar. Yeah, we have shared the attendance list on the WhatsApp group, and you can please fill in the attendance list so you can have your certificate. Yeah. And then before we leave, we will have a photo session. Before we leave, and please join our online session tomorrow. The link is the same with today's link, and you can choose from 4 room. The first room is the theme is environment, and the second room is social economics. The third room is for technology on agro-maritime, and the fourth room is for others. Yeah, you can choose from any of the room tomorrow, and the link is the same, and we will have it on breakout rooms. Okay. Now, can we have all of you to come in front of the not stage, yeah, in front of the room, and so we can have a photo session with the committee also. Oh, nggak usah ya, malu ya. Yuk, Bu Beta, cantik, ayo. Serta yang lain udah pada pulang ya. Iya. We are the most most active room. Ya. Paling banyak. Yuk. Kita merapat-merapat. Iya, apa namanya? Silau ya. Terus mungkin lampunya mau dinyalain semua apa gimana? Iya, gelap banget ya. Ah, oke. Yuk, mari yuk. Taruh supaya U gitu ya. Oke, kita membentuk U.